Because on this day...
In 1958,
Ah,
Eric Reed Boucher was born.
I know who that is.
Eric Reed Boucher.
It's got to be Jello Biafra.
Oh, yeah.
Dead Kennedys. You know, I wonder if Jerry Brown, the governor of California, is
At the time.
Governor, they wrote a song. Somebody wrote a song about you. Really? They've written a song about me? My. No, it's not quite what you want, Governor.
You know, there's another good reason to celebrate with dead Kennedys because Jello he lives in San Francisco, and the Golden State Warriors won the NBA Finals last night.
Oh, and I'm sure he's very excited.
I am
about
sure
that.
he's very excited about
I'm
that.
a huge basketball fan.
The title, California Über Alles, an allusion to the first stanza of the national anthem of Germany, which begins with the words, Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, Germany, Germany above everything. It was at the end of the Third Reich in 1945, the anthem was shortened, so they just would sing Deutschland, Deutschland über alles a lot. A pointed satirical attack on Jerry Brown, the governor of California. They make an allusion there in the song President Brown. He ran for president, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did, or at least tried.
Governor Moonbeam.
He wore turtlenecks. That's what I remember.
I remember he was Linda Ronstadt's boyfriend.
That's right.
I miss the late 60s and the 70s. I kind of miss them sometimes. Things were...
Was it a simpler time? Bill?
No. It was very emotional and very intense, but it was really interesting. Today, the evil that is present is just dull. It's just gray, bland evil. It's Romney evil. It's Mike Lee evil. You hear what those two clowns?
Yeah.
They don't care about our
veterans.
service members?
Well, they just can't give the Democrats a win before elections.
Oh, no matter how much it hurts people that have served our country?
Exactly. They don't care.
It was they've been debating in Congress for some time now, extending health benefits to members of the military who were exposed to toxic chemicals in those burn pits.
Seems like this should take 30 seconds.
Well, like the help for survivors of
9/11.
9/11.
Yeah. First responders.
Yeah, first responders. So
that should be what we're doing. What? Oh yes, of course. Here.
So
next.
yes, Congress did yesterday. The Senate they passed a bill extending the health benefits for service, but not before long debate and Mike Lee and Mitt Romney and of course. What's his name with the hair? Rand Paul. They voted against it. They voted against health benefits for people who served this country and were poisoned by toxic chemicals.
How are we going to pay for it? You Democrats just want to help everybody without figuring out how to pay for it.
Well,
sometimes you just do it and we'll figure that part out later. We take care of sick service members.
The thing was, it was figured out how to pay for it.
That's the way I live my life, Gina, and that's why I'm always in debt.
But some things...
Yeah,
some things
my liquor store bills. I set money aside for that because you just have to have it.
We could have had some fun with. It's also Barry Manilow's birthday.
That would be no fun at all.
That's not who you were pushing for.
It's also on this day. Yeah, well,
that's who you were pushing for
in 1978. Number one on the charts.
That's too bad.
One of my childhood crushes.
Really?
Yeah. He had the furry chest and the Australian accent.
Yeah, but
Bill. I like both of those things.
Didn't he have teeth that went different directions?
I mean, a little bit, but...
like a bunch of teeth that just went off in all directions.
I mean, not quite that bad.
Yeah.
Andy Gibb. This went to number one. Out of all the music in the whole world, this was the one everybody said, this is the best song right now.
This is what tells me that people have no taste.
Bill, this was the 70s. You were talking about how crazy the 70s were.
They were, but then there was this. Well, I mean, yeah, this was the contrast. I believe he died of some drug overdose, didn't he?
No.
What was it?
Oh, it was a heart attack because he abused
Yeah,
drugs.
that's what
Okay, so it was the
It was
drugs.
it was
it
the
was
drug.
drug
the drug.
adjacent.
Yeah.
Adjacent.
It was a heart attack because, well,
He was way too young to be dying of a heart attack
Yeah.
because of drugs.
yeah. No, thank you.
How do you feel about Anita Ward? How do you feel
I
about
don't
her?
feel much about her one way or the other. I think it was, as I recall, she had a nice voice and was a disco singer. What was her big hit?
Ring my bell.
Ring my bell.
see that, yeah.
Ring my bell. That's a sexual reference, you know.
Oh, it is? I think you're reading something into that. I think
It's right there, Gina. Didn't her teeth go off in all directions?
and she had a hairy chest.
Yes.
It was.
I had a crush on Anita Ward.
This was number one on this day.
Well, how could this be number one if,
Well, it's
if
different
Barry
years.
Gibb was number one?
That's different years.
Oh.
Oh, my Helen, need to get into
Yeah,
it.
is this the extended remix?
I don't remember this part of the song at all. All I remember is the Ring My Bell part.
Well, she got to build up to it.
Oh my hell, she did have teeth that go off.
Did she? Did you look up a picture of her?
Yeah. She kind of had them fixed later in life. But.
Well, you don't want to have them fixed right away because it might affect your voice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, that's enough. that's just plenty. Because she'll go on like that forever if you let her.
Easily 7 minutes.
Really?
Yeah. Somebody, please ring my bell.
Anybody?
Please, my bell needs ringing.
Anita, stop it. Okay, there. Up front.
Top 10 Anita Ward songs.
There aren't. There
There aren't.
aren't. That's a lie.
No, there are. But nobody knows them. They're just, you know.
Top 10 in her mom's top 10.
Yeah, I really liked that one you did.
That's the, when
love
you
song.
hammer my nail, hammer my nail, hammer my nail.
Then the punch the clock one. I liked that one too. You can punch my clock.
Punch my clock. That's good, Anita. Now, sit down. Head for the dentist.
Head for the dentist.
That's my advice. Head for the dentist. Do I remember that Barry Gibb did have kind of crooked
Andy
teeth?
Gibb?
Or Andy Gibb, I mean.
A little bit. Not.
His brothers or uncles or whatever.
Oh no, you're thinking of
Morris?
Morris is
No,
it.
Robin. Robin had the
Robin
wonky,
was bad,
Robin
yeah.
had the wonky teeth.
Robin was-
Let's see if Andy.
Robin was the ugly Gibb.
No, Andy's teeth are fine.
Yeah.
They were
You're
fine.
thinking of Robin.
Yeah, that's right. His uncle, Robin.
Uncle Robin's teeth are wonky.
Or was it his brother? Or was it his uncle brother?
What's his brother?
and then in that Bee Gees documentary, Barry has had so much work that
Yeah.
it's just like unfortunate, you know?
He's still.
Well, I think that when you were known as being as good looking as he was back then, you feel like you have to keep it up.
Because he was Jesus.
Yeah.
You could swap pictures of him and
for
Jesus.
sure.
Uh-huh.
You know.
You know, there are pictures of Andy Gibb where he looks. You could mistake him for a woman.
He was beautiful.
Well, he's wearing this red blouse here,
Yeah.
and it's just like, huh? Okay.
Lady Gibb.
No. Oh, yeah, I guess if you put an L there. Landy Gibb. So there you go. And at the same time, we have a song that's really solid and, Dead Kennedys.
Sure.
Now that song, which nobody heard, because
Why did
there's
nobody hear?
Because there's no accountant for taste.
I heard it.
Yeah, but very few people.
I heard them all, actually. Okay.
Is it time?
I guess so.
It's time to take a break. I'm already sweating.
Well, Bill, let's start our holiday weekend, shall we?
Had a nice ride in on the motorcycle. What are the markets doing?
Oh, the markets.
I don't know. Yes, take a break, and we'll come back and officially begin the program. And also, we'll take your check-ins if you'd like to do it. 877-602-9696 is the number you call. You just, whatever. You say, hi, what's going on? Howdy do. just check in with us, and we'll take your temperature. Yeah.
Before we leave the Anita Ward,
Yes.
ring my bell. Text her with some facts.
Yeah.
The song was originally written for an 11-year-old Stacy Ladisaw as a teeny bopper song about kids talking on the telephone. When Ladisaw signed with a different label, American singer and musician Anita Ward was asked to sing it instead. It became her only major hit. So it's not sexual.
Well,
You were reading that
not,
into it,
not
Bill.
when it was sung by an 11-year-old kid, no. But when it's sung by Anita Ward, yeah,
I think
maybe
you're
so.
projecting.
No. I didn't have pictures of Andy Gibb in my room, Gina. All right, 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with us, or you could text us 33986.
All right. I went to opendoor.com/myoffer, saw for myself just how easy it was to request an offer on my house. Go to the Open Door website and take a look there. I mean, you can sell your house the moment that you need to, whatever the circumstances, dream job halfway across the country, whatever it may be. Open Door makes that a possibility by giving you a competitive offer on your house in a matter of days, sometimes the same day. Regardless of the circumstances, hundreds of thousands of people have already requested their offer. And it's real easy. When you sell directly to Open Door, you don't have to make the repairs, do the prep work, schedule the showings. You choose your close date. You move on your schedule. Skip the listing, staging, strangers in your home. Open Door offers a competitive, hassle-free sale so you can focus on what's ahead in life. So get your free offer on your house at opendoor.com/myoffer. Offer eligibility varies. Open Door is represented by Open Door Brokerage, Inc., license 020611330 in California, and Open Door Brokerage, LLC, in its other markets.
And now,
Now I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy because he's right outside. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said, I'm right at, he said, can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind if I bring him in for a minute. Just, he wanted to say hi.
Well,
Okay.
is it safe? I mean,
Well, can I
okay.
see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't
him.
see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's
no,
that's Chainsaw
is that your
Guy
house?
At my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Here, let me-
Hi,
there.
Chainsaw Guy.
There. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know,
Well,
people have been calling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I say, well, you just get a chainsaw. You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw. Yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger.
Do you
As a
have your
one-legged
chainsaw?
tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, Chainsaw Guy?
I don't know, do I? I'm not sure if I
Because
do
I
or
have a
not.
question for you.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask a question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw Guy, what should I do?
Well, pretty simple. All you have to do is you take your boy, and then you take a high plug, and then you wear the cover. And then you have your other breeze, and you put it around the water, and then you take it down. And then, if you can't get it in, and then you grab a beer and you get back out there and you say, and then the turn around and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw Guy,
Important.
I'm just curious because I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
Well, I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all it is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw Guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw Guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important
Yeah.
to getting the trees cleaned up.
Well,
No, it's not Halloween already. That just
No,
depresses
but-
me.
there's not going to be any trick or treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. In Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick or treating, and then they had to walk that back because they realized
Because
that
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick or treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because see, Gina, before they were saying we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick or treating, but now they had to
they're
walk
gonna
that
back
back.
off.
They had to walk that back a little.
Let's get this over. Okie doke. I see we have one person so far calling to check in with us at 877-602-9696. And we're grateful for that. And we'd like a couple of other calls if you've a mind to do it. Gina.
Yes, the Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
The moon is 86.8% of full. It is a waning gibbous moon. Hey, moon, looking sharp today. Looking sharp. The moon will set today at 9:19 a.m. today, being Friday, It's the 17th day of June in the year of our Lord Jesus Christus 2022. And this is the radio show that admits to grooming our audience. We are Radio from Hell, starring the lords of morning radio, groomers all. Carrie Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. Over there, Gina Barberi. Behind me, Katie for short, is our wonderful producer, being ably assisted, doing yeoman work, Miriam and Cameron Diaz.
All right, let's begin with our check-ins. 877-602-9696. We will start with Brett.
Morning, Brett.
Hey, good morning, radio and everybody listening. I'm that Brett that called earlier this week. I'm sorry to overshare my call-ins.
That's okay, Brett. That's just fine. As Brett, we went to you first because you're the only person on the line. So,
well, I seem to catch the lucky days.
Yeah.
I was also the Brett that wrote in about the end of humanity.
yes, I remember. It didn't end.
Oh yeah, no, it's oops. I must have got that one wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, the reason I called, and the reason I called before, and I slipped my tongue because I get so nervous around you.
Okay.
Is that I wanted to say thank you for the many years. I know you guys don't like to hear praise about how you're the greatest.
Oh, no. We
morning
love it.
show.
What are you talking about?
Clearly, we haven't groomed him well enough.
Bring it on, Brett. Bring it on. Tell us how wonderful we are. We like that.
Well, Bill, I love your voice. Oh, my gosh. Your news voice, you are the only news I listen to. And,
right,
Carrie,
thank you, Brett.
I do enjoy every... Oh, sorry, I don't mean to
It's all right,
interrupt.
Brett.
I can just gather on.
Don't
But,
be
Carrie,
nervous.
you,
Don't be nervous.
your drops and your timing is absolutely perfect and wonderful.
Absolutely.
And, Gina, the way that you can... name any song is a skill that I wish I had. It is marvelous and amazing, and it's one of my favorite spontaneous games that you guys play.
Brett,
Brett,
you know, if you had that skill, it would do for you what it does for Gina, and that's nothing.
Absolutely.
Nothing.
But it makes it for entertaining radio, right?
Okay.
Radio from Hell.
It does.
Radio for Gina, right?
Yep.
But anyway.
Brett, have we ever given you a tote bag?
I was there on the last contract signing where the tote bags came in, but I could always use two. I got lots of groceries.
I think we should give you.
Got lots of groceries.
I think we should give you another tote bag.
All right, Brett.
Oh, and also I wanted to say thank you to Katie, Miriam, and Cameron Diaz. You guys are awesome and don't get enough praise.
That's
And
true.
Gina,
That's
safe
true.
travels to New York and back. And I hope you guys don't get COVID.
All right.
Good luck.
you.
Thanks, Brett.
Hang
Thank
on
you
the
very
line, Katie. You'll get some information.
That's wow. Thanks, Brett.
Thank you, Brett. Let's see.
I think we have groomed him well.
Yeah. Crafty Lindsay checking in, headed out to pick up breakfast burritos, feeding the stars.
Breakfast burritos.
Brett is drunk. No, surprisingly,
Oh,
he is not.
Brett mentioned our last contract signing, and that's fascinating.
Not fun.
I don't remember what that's like.
Yeah. I've forgotten how to do that.
I don't remember how to sign my name.
Yes. Let me practice here.
X. Don't you just put an X?
No, because when I use my credit card, it's like you don't.
You just scribble.
You just
It's a
scribble.
scribble.
Nobody, you know.
Yeah.
They
When was
just
the last time you really signed your name?
Well, it's hard to do. You know.
Well, when you use your finger on those little screens,
Yeah.
I just go, bleh.
Yeah, nobody really. does.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Traffic, Gina, please.
Oh, let's see if there are issues. Looks like a great start to your Friday morning commute. No accidents or delays on the major freeways along the Wasatch Front. Let's see how long everyone can play nice with each other. Be nice out there. Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming fall semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
All right, we will take a break. We'll be back. Big Boy News and Opinioendo coming up. Stand by. SLFS.org, Salt Lake Film Society.
Yeah, and they're having the summer showdown at Salt Lake Film Society where they're pitting two cult films every weekend against each other. And the way the winner is determined is by the attendance at the films. So, like this weekend, it's Napoleon Dynamite versus Royal Tenenbaums. If you like the Royal Tenenbaums, go to that one this weekend. If you like Napoleon, go to that one. You can also make monetary donations. That helps boost the status of the movie you want to win. All the films are at the Broadway, which is, of course, 111 East, 3rd South. And
it's on Broadway. Yeah, it's right in the name.
Friday and Saturday at 9 p.m. That's when those two movies will be showing. And there's an exclusive ticket deal.
Yeah, this will help you get more points for your favorite movie. So if you take a friend, there's a 2-for-1 offer. All of the tickets you buy for Salt Lake Film Society are online now. You don't buy them at the theater. You buy them online. And when you do that, put in the promo code RFHSummer, get 2-for-1 admission.
SLFS.org.
Hey, I'm Mark.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
So, tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
And it stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas, yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
It sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
Oh, 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
There we go.
Oh, Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry today, so no Chinese Jews. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For
Cool.
digging up guano,
Mm-hmm.
lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered Hair, The Drunken Bastard, Bong Fu the series, A Wicker Basket Beaten, Bow Tie in the Kitchen, Cowboy Fu, A Fallen in Love montage, An Attack Midget, and yes, Learning to Speak Out of Sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right. 18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Crater. Spell it with me now. Crater, C-R-A-T-E-R. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring that quintessential Utahn LeGrand R. Dunn and his son, LeGrand R. Dunn II, or LeGrand Jr., as the family calls him. Let's join them now as they stand in the line to see Santa Claus at the mall.
Now you remember, Junior, tell Santy nice and loud what you want for Christmas.
Okay.
But only ask for them inexpensive gifts that we already discussed betwixt the two of us.
I'm afraid of Santa Claus, Dad. He won't hurt me, will he?
Oh, no, of course not. As long as you don't ask him for them expensive gifts.
Okay.
You see that little boy over there with the broken arm?
Yeah.
He asked Sandy for one of them fancy video game thingers. Sandy has a lot of work to do at Christmas time, and he can get a little bit testy.
Well, how come Santa Claus gives us presents at Christmas time? I mean, Christmas is his birthday, not ours. We should give Santa Claus presents.
What? You think Christmas is Santa Claus's birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, I knew I shouldn't have let you go to public school. I knew I should have kept up with that John and Vicky Singer home study plan. Christmas is not Sandy's birthday.
Well, whose birthday is it then?
Christmas is the birthday of Jesus Christ our Savior. And Jesus is the Son of God, the creator of the universe, and the creator of everybody and everything that's in it.
Everybody? I mean, did God create Batman?
Yes.
And Barney?
Yes.
And Coral Malone? And you and me and Mommy and even Santa Claus?
He is the creator of all things.
So I guess if God and Santa Claus got in a fight, God would win then.
That's it. We are getting out of this line, and we're going over to Temple Square right now. You have got some learning to do.
Yeah.
.38 right now. Before we get to Big Boy News, maybe one of you two will remember this better than I am right now.
What's that?
Text. Longtime listener, first-time texter. Ex-wife of the polyamorous man you guys had on People in Your Neighborhood years and years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. We split up about a month before he was on your show.
Oh.
I meant to call and tell you for 10
I was
years.
going to say, that was a long
and
time
haven't.
ago.
If you guys are having a good Friday. Well,
Okay.
so
Yeah, we used to do,
It was so ASCA. It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we did, there was a little theme song. Who are the people in your neighborhood?
Sesame Street.
Yeah.
And then we would interview people of unusual people.
But apparently,
That was a lie. We
we were-
interviewed a
there was
lie.
there was a deception there slightly.
Hmm.
All right.
Right. You know, we were trolled. That's what happened.
If we did that feature again, we would do the soft swingers, the LDS soft swingers.
Oh, yeah,
Is that who we'd have on
Ask them
now?
about their pineapples and their
Yeah. Upside down pineapples.
pineapples.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get to Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
Someone needs to get Ezra Miller help.
Oh, boy, I'll say.
He's been hit with a fresh restraining order after pressing up against a non-binary child. Ezra Miller hit with the restraining order. The 12-year-old, talked, said this is what he did. And he also now, Miller, threatened the youngster's mom with a gun after accusing her of cultural appropriation. Miller,
Ezra is off the rails.
he identifies as queer, uses they-them pronouns, faces a temporary harassment prevention order from the unidentified Massachusetts child and their mother over alleged inappropriate behavior. Miller is said to have turned up to see the child and their mom in a bulletproof vest, berating the mom for using the word tribe to describe her friendship group, claiming it was an example of cultural appropriation. Ezra Miller's current whereabouts are unknown. He took exception to the charges playing a board game of Parcheesi. He took exception to the mother and her kid for playing the board game Parcheesi because it's steeped in Rastafarian culture.
Oh, geez.
Yeah,
I think
he is really. Ezra is in bad shape.
And, all of this is terrible, but think about all the money that Warner Brothers was counting on to reset the DC universe with this Flash movie, because they realized
they
that
filmed it already?
it's done.
Oh. Yeah.
And this movie was going to reset their direction because they realized they've screwed it up. We've got all the famous superheroes, and somehow we screwed
And
it up.
Flash was a popular character.
Flash was going to reset it because he was going to bring the multiverses together, like Doctor Strange just did.
I think Ezra Miller is odd looking. Does he look odd as the Flash?
No, he looks like a nerdy science kid who would be the Flash.
Right.
Yeah, he's good in that role, but boy.
Here's news that no one wanted. Finally available, the animated series of Alf.
You wanted that, didn't you want that?
No.
You like Puppet Elf.
I like Alf, the live action Alf, but no one wants the. Actually, the Alf comic books, I read a few of them. They were really funny and really good. Kind of very satirical. Here we go again. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has listed 5 Utah counties at high risk for COVID-19. So you're going to New York at just the right time, Gina.
Yeah, I'm getting out of town. It's bad here.
Grand County, San Juan County, Summit County, Tooele, and Salt Lake County. I saw high, and you just get this exhausted feeling of here we go again, said Dr. Angela Dunn, Executive Director of the Salt Lake County Health Department. Dr. Dunn said hospitals in Utah have been stable this week. The state dashboard reports a 27.3% increase in the 7-day average of COVID-19 hospitalizations, a 35.3% jump in the 7-day average of cases in the ICU. The silver lining in this increase is that it's definitely not as steep, she said. It's happening at a slower pace. Dunn said the increase in cases could be from the new Omicron subvariants and vaccination booster shot immunity already wearing off. We're starting to see that increase, and with that, an increase in positivity. We're seeing 25 to 30% positivity, she said. She added there's been an increase in the demand for testing, but nothing compared to what Test Utah line saw in January and February.
Well, I know more people now who have caught it, I mean, in this time frame, than any time frame in the 2 years.
Here's a story that Gina passed on to me. This is a tweet from Brian Schott, a reporter for the Salt Lake Tribune. And this is the tweet. The right-wing Utah Telegram groups are very wound up about this family drag show happening next month. And he tweeted a picture of the poster. This is something that we're sponsoring.
Yeah.
A Quorum of Queens family drag show, July 7th, 8 to 10 p.m. free. I can't read. I think it's at the Gallivan Center, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Gallivan Center. We've done this same event with them before.
Our logo is on the poster. And then it's got down at the bottom of the poster, added to it, hashtag Cox Country. We will for sure protest this in force. Signs and blow horn. Grooming is real. This is Satan in drag. Who's with us?
Great.
Yeah.
Now we've had Gia on before, and we're going to have her again.
Yeah.
To talk about
she's a drag performer.
Yeah, and I remember when we talked to her about this before, we mentioned multiple times this is family friendly. It's a outside, downtown summer night. Bring the family.
Well, I think it behooves us to be there that night. I'm going to be there, and just
for sure,
just
to support,
show support for the drag show.
There's nothing scary about it. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's entertainment.
Several state water agencies briefed Utah lawmakers on the Natural Resources, Agriculture, and Environmental Quality Appropriations Subcommittee this week. That's a mouthful. About their work to improve water infrastructure throughout the state of Utah. John Mackey, the interim director of the Division of Water Quality, says water quality is impacted by the state's rapid growth. Huh.
No
Who
kidding.
would have thought? With a booming population, Mackey says the amount of waste that the state has to handle is growing, and it spills into our waterways because there is old infrastructure, and it needs to be updated so that waste doesn't get into the water. The top 10 projects would cost around $274 million, according to Mackey, and 9 of those projects are in rural Utah. 5 projects are related to drinking water. 4 of them are connected to the shrinking Great Salt Lake, trying to solve that problem. But, on top of that, officials in the small town of Lindell, Utah, they're out of water. They have no water. This is a little town in Millard County. They're working to restore access to water, but all their pumps have run dry, and there is no water in that town. Mayor Brian Proctor of Lindell said that the town is low on water. Pumps are not working because the water's so low. Millard County officials said that they're working to get culinary water to residents in the area. Leamington, which is less than 10 miles away from Lindell, these are really booming cities, is also helping to find a solution. Lindell has a 200,000 gallon water tank that, once filled, will be able to get some positive pressure into the water system in the city. So I guess once the water, they depend on water that they pump out of the ground, and once it gets to such a low level, then the pumps won't work. So if they can get more water in there, from that 200,000 gallon tank, it would get the pumps going again, I guess is the feeling. But this is just kind of ironic. There's a couple down in Mendon, Utah. They're training water buffalo.
Training
them to do what?
There is a picture of a guy with a saddle on a water buffalo riding it down the street.
Oh,
aren't they super dangerous?
Well, I don't know. They're training water buffaloes. I don't know where they got them. I found a water buffalo dairy in California where this very nice lady was milking a herd of water buffalo, making mozzarella cheese, and of course she was very happy to find a good home for the boy water buffalo.
Because they don't give you any milk.
No. So this woman and her husband purchased a buffalo, and now they have 3 of them. Said they're all males. They're not needed on the dairy farm. They're pleasant animals, and you can train them. Let's see. Herschel Walker lying again.
Again.
Claimed to be, he claimed to be in law enforcement when he wasn't. Now he's acknowledging that he has 2 other children that he has not acknowledged before.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Yes, you caught me. I have.
Now, why is this a big deal? Because he's gone on and on and on about fathers that aren't taking responsibility.
Yeah.
This is why we have shooting, because the fathers aren't there. That's,
let's see. Well, we're just about out of time, aren't we?
No, you're good.
Oh, are we? Okay,
you got
let's
a couple of minutes.
Okay, let's talk about the 4 takeaways from Thursday's January 6th hearing. The January 6th hearing in back in the Capitol. The hearing on Thursday, which documented the relentless but unsuccessful campaign by President Trump to pressure Vice President Pence into helping him reverse his defeat in the 2020 election, swerved wildly at times between wonky discussions of constitutional law, which had some people saying to other people, "Are you out of your effing mind? We can't do this." And images of and threats of violence that Mr. Trump's attacks on Pence inspired, and even Donald Trump. When the crowd on January 6th was chanting "Hang Mike Pence," Donald Trump said, "Well, maybe they should." But there was a lot of pressure on Pence, and to his credit, he did not waver. And he said, there is just no way that this is possible.
But Trump said he wouldn't be his friend anymore if he didn't make him president.
And he called him a wimp. So when he called him a wimp, when Trump called Pence a wimp, it seems like... there was this attorney, John Eastman, who kept pushing this. And he's weird because he would say... Yeah, you're right. This would never stand muster at the Supreme Court. Somebody said to him, all 9 justices would just vote against this. And he said, well, maybe only 7 would vote against it. 2 might go with it. So, and then he would say, yeah, you're right. No, this would never go. And then he'd come back and say, well, let's do it. Let's do it anyway. And then somebody, and I forget who it was, they said, this could lead to people taking to the streets and trying to violently overthrow and somebody said, well,
it was Eastman.
Was it Eastman who said,
history.
Sometimes political situations are solved by violence.
He was okay with people getting killed. They're still okay with people getting killed.
Yeah. And finally, we'll end with this. Yes. The Mars Candy Company has announced the nationwide release, it's not one of these special things, of a new Twix cookie dough candy bar. Beginning in December, special giveaway in celebration of National Cookie Dough Day on June 21st, 2022. Twix cookie dough pairs the classic Twix cookie bars with a creamy cookie dough flavored layer, sprinkled with chocolate cookie bits and coated with milk chocolate.
I'm there.
Okay, I'll do
While
that.
Twix cookie dough will be available nationwide in December, Twix is offering 1,000 fans the chance to get their hands and their chompers on a first taste to celebrate National Cookie Dough Day, June 21st. So when the countdown hits 0, the first 1,000 fans to visit Twix.com/cookie dough, their information will be the first 1,000 to do it will get a sample of the cookie dough.
Sounds delicious.
It does sound.
I'd eat that.
Yeah, I would. I'd eat it up.
All right,
that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
The Golden State Warriors are once again on top of the NBA. Thursday night, they won their 4th NBA title in 8 years, knocking off the Boston Celtics 103-90. Of course, Steph Curry, MVP, and he's like, quit. We're all the MVPs of the team. Don't bet. And it's true. It takes them all. The Utah Jazz are going to be unveiling their new uniforms today, and there's speculation that they will be similar to the purple with the blue mountains on it, because they have changed the color of the big note out in front of Vivint.
I'm excited. I can't wait.
I know you. I know you love the Jazz.
I can't wait to find out.
And I have a couple of transportation well, here, I'll just... I'm combining traffic and sports here a little bit. So UTA has announced they'll be offering free public transit to upcoming games for Real Salt Lake ticket holders. So the next 2 home games at Rio Tinto Stadium on June 18th and June 25th you can ride for free. That includes bus, train, any way you need to get to the Rio Tinto Stadium. So that's cool. The other thing UTA wants you to know, and I'm warning you two about this, maybe more Bill than Carrie, but we've got the Garth Brooks back.
A super spreader event just in time.
So Garth Brooks is at Rice Eccles this weekend, and UTA is telling you to plan accordingly because traffic will be insane around the stadium.
It won't affect me at all because I'll be at Snowbird.
Oh, okay, great. So UTA is going to provide enhanced service due to the concert on Saturday. And your ticket gets you free ride on UTA services. So free fare, just take tracks up there. Because probably somebody listening right now, even though this is X96, is still going to Garth Brooks because he spans the globe.
He does.
As far as other traffic goes, things are looking pretty good out there. I don't have any other crashes or anything to tell you about. If you see something, though, you can text us. 33986 is where you do that. Weather, so mostly sunny and then breezy. So much breezy that tonight you'll be like, is there a fire? Is that smoke in the air? No, that's dust.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
From what?
Yeah.
Oh,
why are you?
Why dust?
Because it's
just the wind.
Yeah. Ugh. It's going to be kicking up a bunch of.
I'll be at Snowbird.
Yeah. You'll probably be fine up there. But and there's a red flag warning and wind advisory. Well, the red flag warning because it's dry.
They're trying to take away my guns?
No.
Huh? What?
And hot. We'll be up around 100 again today. Looks like the next chance of showers will be a 20% chance on Sunday. And there you go. Stop by your locally owned and operated Big O Tires. Get up to $140 in rebate savings on Michelin and BF Goodrich tires. Only at Big O Tires, the team you trust.
All right. Coming up after these, Sean Means reviewing movies.
Okay.
I've completely forgotten what is opening this weekend.
I don't remember either.
They're all competing with Jurassic Park anyway. So that's coming up. Stand by for that. All right. Okay. KXRK Provo. Wendy's for breakfast and late nights. And what I need you to do before you leave the house this morning is download the Wendy's app, because that's where you can take advantage of the 2 for $3 mix and match deal in the Wendy's app. That's how you have to do it. You can match 2 great breakfast items, your choice of the sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or the sausage, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant for just $3, but only when you order through the Wendy's app. And it's those delicious breakfast sandwiches I've been telling you about for just $3. Perfect combination, any combination. So order through the app and then pick it up at the drive-thru on your way to work. Or if you're out cruising around late at night, you get hungry, you want some French fries, you know what I mean. The hot and crispy French fries at Wendy's are preferred over McDonald's almost 2 to 1. They're also guaranteed to be hot and crispy. So if you go to Wendy's and you get some that aren't, they will make sure that they are. They will fix it for you. So end the night on a good fry. You know what I mean. Wendy's. Strong.
They cataloged 1,568 cereals, released over 150 years, and then let people vote on which one is the best cereal in history.
In history.
So not current cereal, just
the greatest cereals of all time.
I know you feel strongly about that.
I do.
Over 500,000 people voted.
This was a good list.
Do you agree with the findings?
I do.
Okay.
There's a top 50. Oh, no, there's a top 100.
Top 100.
Number 100 at the very bottom got 2,229 votes. I don't know as I've ever even heard of Vanilli Crunch.
It no longer exists.
Yeah, some of these are gone.
It was a Captain Crunch line.
Okay.
And the mascot was a white whale. But it was delicious. It was just little vanilla balls.
Sounds good.
They were just so good.
I remember the little white whale.
Yeah.
Now, do
really
you
yummy.
Grins, smiles, and giggles and laughs?
Yes.
That's 99. Never heard of it.
It's a kind of a sugary corn-based cereal. It's shaped like smiles.
Okay.
All right, the top 10.
All right.
Number 10, with 5,051 votes, Wheat Chex.
Again, a good utility cereal.
I like
no Cocoa Puff.
Yeah.
Number 9, Puffa Rice.
Again, regional.
Yeah.
They didn't poll me on this.
Well, wait.
You know, Gina, there's a reason people don't poll you. No one cares for your opinion.
Well, so far this top 10 sucks.
Number 8, and you've been urging me to get to it. I've been doing the entertaining part of the list. Now we get to the sucky part.
Okay.
I knew what I was doing. Number 8, Rice Crinkles. See
I don't
again.
know that one either.
Number 7, Concentrate. What's Concentrate?
I have no idea. That one I've not heard
Is
of
this
that
a
one.
British list?
I don't recognize
because Weetabix is not on the list.
No. Number 6, Wheaties. Number 5, Captain Crunch. Number 4, Honey Nut Cheerios.
Delicious.
Number 3, a good cereal, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Always good. You like that
I
one.
like that one.
Yeah.
Number 2, they're great.
Frosted Flakes.
And number 1.
The absolute correct answer.
No, and I don't get this, but I know you love this cereal. Quisp.
Quisp. I nearly wore my Quisp watch today because of that.
A cereal that should come back, right?
It shows up every now and then.
Yeah.
Cinema and win merch at Salt Lake Film Society's Summer Showdown at the Broadway Theater. Friday and Saturday nights, 9 p.m. 2 films battle it out, with one film being crowned the King of Summer. Get details at saltlakefilmsociety.org.
Well, look who's here. Sean Means. He's the culture editor of the Salt Lake Tribune, and he won a couple of awards last night from the Society of Professional Journalists. Congratulations. Yay. What were the awards?
It was one in arts and entertainment and one in reviews and criticism.
Good.
So,
well, that tells you what Sean does. He edits the culture stuff, and he does criticism.
But the Tribune did very well last night.
Don't they always do well?
Some not so well. Some years better than others.
So this time was an avalanche of goodness.
It was very good.
Yeah. All right. Congratulations. Let's get to the moviecricket.net is where you can find all Sean Mean's stuff.
We got 3 movies, and you liked them all.
Mm-hmm.
I like Good week. I love the title of one of these movies.
Good week. We'll start with Brian and Charles.
It's not that one.
No. This is a sort of quiet comedy from the UK, played at Sundance earlier this year. Brian lives alone near a village in Wales, alone with his thoughts, which usually turn into inventions. Mm-hmm. He does a lot of inventing in his cowshed. One day he decides that because he's lonely, he's going to do something about this. He builds a robot.
Okay.
All right.
Like you do. And he does this in the washing machine for a body and mannequin head. And he surprises anyone when it actually works and flips it on and it comes to life. He names the robot Charles, and they become the best of friends.
Okay.
This sounds like it could be quite good.
But Charles wants to go into town to see the world, especially he sees on TV this place called Honolulu that he wants to see, which is a long way away from Wales. So,
okay.
Brian has to teach Charles that the world is dangerous and especially to avoid the family in the farm next door, because it's led by Eddie, the village bully,
who's not going to cotton to a robot wandering around.
No, and it's played by a guy who was like one of Lord Bolton's minions in Game of Thrones. So he's not a good guy. Yeah. This is really delightful. There's a little bit of Monty Python in here. There's a little bit of The Office. It's sort of done like a mock documentary. So it
sounds fun.
There's a shy girl he's sweet on, who you will recognize as the coroner from Sherlock.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Very low-key humor, but there's some big moments. It's just really adorable. Brian and Charles, it's 3.5 stars. It's at the Broadway and some of the megaplexes.
Okay. Now, this is the one I like the title of.
I thought it was Lightyear.
Cha-Cha Real Smooth.
Cha-Cha Real Smooth.
Mm-hmm. This is also a comedy, also played at Sundance. The movie stars Cooper Raiff, who is also the actor, the director and screenwriter. He's going to be the next big thing. Just watch.
Okay.
He plays Andrew, who's 22. It's sort of a quarter life crisis movie. He's just out of college and not sure what he's going to do with his life yet. He moves back home to New Jersey with his mom, who's played by Leslie Mann, who has a new husband, played by Brad Garrett, and then Andrew has a 13-year-old brother, David. Now, since David's 13, all of his classmates this is the summer, they're all having their bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs.
All right.
So, which means a lot of parties, and Andrew ends up at one of these, and it's super boring. So David asks if Andrew can do something to get the party started, and he does, and it turns out to be pretty fun. And so then all the other moms want to hire him to be a party starter, and so that becomes a job. But not without problems. One of the moms is named Domino. She's played by Dakota Johnson.
I know where this is going.
Well, you think you know where this is going.
Okay.
and for some short part, you're right.
Okay.
But not entirely. Okay. Domino's daughter, played by Vanessa Burkhart, she's an amazing young talent. She's autistic, and Andrew has to sort of draw her out of her shell at one of these parties, and that causes and he's very helpful to the mom when there's something that happens at another party, and he starts to wonder if maybe there's some sparks there. So even though Domino is married to a lawyer who's always out of town. This is really smart and funny, and like I said, really touching quarter life movie. Dakota Johnson is really good because she's always really good.
Yeah.
I think we forget that because we
because of the Shades of Grey movies.
50 Shades of Grey, and it's very funny that 50 Shades of Grey did to Dakota Johnson what Twilight did to Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson, which is made us underestimate them.
Exactly.
Maybe they're smart and that's why they did it.
They realize they got them. Well, they get the money for it now.
Yeah.
And Cooper Raiff, like I said, he's really good as an actor. He's a really good writer, really good director. This guy is definitely going places. Cha-Cha Real Smooth is in theaters, and it's also streaming on Apple TV+.
Oh, okay. All right.
Starting today, and 3.5 stars.
3.5 stars. All right. Well, let's get to Lightyear.
Lightyear. This is the big movie this week. This is not the continuing adventures of the toy Space Ranger from the Toy Story movies.
No.
This tells us They tell us early on that when Andy was a kid, he had a favorite movie, and he got the toy from the movie, and that was Buzz Lightyear. This is the movie.
This is the movie
This
Andy
is-
saw.
This is the movie that Andy saw.
This is his Star Wars.
Right.
This is
Right.
Yeah.
1995. Buzz is a space ranger. He's exploring a dangerous planet with his partner Alicia Hawthorne, who Buzz is voiced by Chris Evans. Perfect casting.
Yeah.
And Alicia's voiced by Uzo Aduba from Orange is the New Black. They're on this planet, and it turns out to be hostile. There's like vines that grab everybody, and there's
Not grabbing vines.
Yeah, well, they sort of drag you off. It's
Yeah.
not a good thing. So they try to get the big ship off the planet, but Buzz messes up a little bit, and so they're stuck there, and with hundreds of crew members. And so the crew is trying to sort of make the best of it and establish a colony and keep life going. Buzz, though, is determined. He's going to figure out the fuel.
get us off of
He's
here.
going to get the fuel issue and get the fuel crystal right so that they can get off this planet. And he goes up for what's supposed to be a 4-minute flight, and he comes back. It's 4 years.
Oh. Some sort of time.
It's Inception.
So life is still
Interstellar,
going.
that's what it-
So life is still going, and then he tries again and again and again. Much time passes.
Oh.
And so one time.
So everyone else on the planet is aging, and he is not.
He is just staying himself.
Wow,
Yeah.
okay.
And so one time he lands, and decades have passed, and his partner Alicia is gone, but her granddaughter is a young wannabe space ranger.
Okay.
Voiced by Keke Palmer, who we like. And there's another threat on above the planet. A big spaceship with androids, and they all answer to somebody called Zurg.
Emperor Zurg.
We know about Emperor Zurg.
Yes.
There's a twist about Zurg. We'll get we won't talk about that.
All right.
And so
He has a lisp.
So Buzz and he has a couple sort of recruits who are the misfits of the Space Ranger Corps, and they're going to do battle. And it's also Buzz learning that he can't just go it alone.
Yeah.
This is the problem
Teamwork.
Buzz has. Teamwork is what he needs. Great voice cast. Taika Waititi's in here, and Dale Souls, who is in Orange is the New Black, has one of the funnier voice parts. She's doing the Space Ranger thing to get time off her sentence. So, and then also there is the big scene stealer. Buzz has a robot emotional support cat.
Yes.
Named Socks.
Okay.
And he's voiced by Peter Sohn, who's like one of the Pixar directors, and he's really funny. It's really a scene stealer. What I like about Lightyear is that it's pleasantly nerdy. I mean, it's Pixar, so they're going to do all the detail stuff right. But if you were a 10-year-old in 1995, like Andy in the Toy Story movies, this would be your favorite movie too.
Yeah.
It hits that very precise spot of what a 10-year-old would have liked.
And
back
do
in
you
the
have
day.
any comment on the Tim Allen controversy?
I do.
That they didn't pick Tim?
Yeah.
I can answer that. It's very simple.
Yeah.
When you buy a toy that talks, often it is not the actor who played it.
movie.
It's just a voice.
Yeah. You can't afford Robert Downey to do the Iron Man voice in your
Exactly.
toys.
Right.
Disneyland itself can't afford RDJ to do stuff in parks.
Now, there's something I don't understand, though.
Yeah.
So, if this is the movie that Andy saw, so he went and bought the toy.
He got the Buzz
It
Lightyear
was he did not buy it. It was a gift at his birthday party.
Okay.
But it was his favorite thing.
Why are you confused?
I don't know. I somehow was thinking that Buzz Lightyear from the movie he saw became the toy that Andy had. But
The movie
that's not it.
The movie was first.
The movie came out. Andy saw it. Andy loved it. Mom got him the toy
Isn't
for
it weird
his
though
birthday.
that the movie is it's toys?
This
What are you
movie?
talking
No.
about?
No, there are no toys in this movie.
This is not a toy movie.
This is about
No,
real
I thought
people.
it was.
This is about real
This
people.
is see, I thought it was
No.
toys like Toy Story.
No, this is about real.
Well, this makes more sense then.
real quote unquote real space rangers.
Okay.
Of whom a toy was made.
All right, this makes perfect
See?
sense then.
There you
There's
go.
like 3-sentence subtitle cards at the beginning of the movie. Explains it perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're in.
Okay.
So
All
3.5 stars for Lightyear. It's playing everywhere, which is the first time a Pixar movie can say that in a very long
In
time.
a while, yes.
Yeah.
Because they've been released on Disney Plus all this time.
Not this time. Sorry,
All right.
guys. Sorry, people. You got to go. You actually have to go out in the theater.
All right, so I'll have to wait for Disney.
What's happening next?
Yeah, next week.
Next week, we got Elvis.
Oh, that's right.
You seen it?
I have seen it.
Okay.
We'll talk.
Cradle to Grave biography of Elvis Presley. Austin Butler as Elvis. Tom Hanks as Colonel Tom Parker.
That's what I'm curious about.
It is very curious to be about. Yes. We also have The Black Phone, which is a
scary
movie.
He's very excited.
Scary
about the
movie
Black
with Ethan Hawke as the bad guy.
This looks good.
Yeah, and it's directed by Scott Derrickson. This is what he
Dr.
went off to
Strange.
do when he got fired from Multiverse of Madness.
Now, what about the movie where Emma Thompson gets naked?
That's Ian. That is on Hulu starting today. I did not have time to watch it.
Bill's put aside some special time.
I
to
will.
watch.
You bet.
You love her.
She has been naked in movies before. There's the movie The Tall Guy.
Wait a minute.
With Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
Very funny movie. And
Wasn't she naked in the Shakespeare?
Nope.
There was nudity in that. Was she not
Not
the
her.
nudity?
Which one?
I was under the impression this is
Come
the
on,
first
you guys.
time she bared it all.
Sean is not Mr. Skin here, okay?
Where's the nudity?
Let him be.
But I did read an interview with her in the Times, and they talked about the tall guy being the only previous time she had been.
I see.
All right, thank you very much.
Sean Mean, Salt Lake Tribune. You can read him there, sltrib.com or moviecricket.net.
Well, things are looking good, so I'll just take this opportunity to remind you a couple of things. That darn Garth Brooks is coming back to town, and UTA would like you to know.
Excuse me, Gene. It's that danged
Oh.
Garth Brooks.
To plan accordingly, because traffic downtown will be bad this weekend. But if you are going to the show, your ticket gets you free ride on tracks and any UTA buses and that kind of thing. So use that. Also, if you're going to the Real game, this home game and the next one on the 25th, your Real Salt Lake ticket gets you a ride on a bus, train, all of the stuff that UTA has to offer to get you out to Rio Tinto Stadium. So you should take advantage of that. No one likes the park. That's a pain. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community while the name's changing. Commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First. YouFirstCU.com.
All right, here are the boner candidates you'll consider in just a couple of minutes. Number one, Florida, where people who want to be punished live. Boner candidate number two, this is why a funeral viewing is not a good idea. And boner candidate number three, I got news for you, pal. There is no best way to eat those things.
All right, boners, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
Right now at Big O Tires, I believe all of them, all 50 of them.
Oh, yeah.
50 plus. You can get up to $140 in rebate savings on Michelin and BF Goodrich tires, but the time is running out. That's June 19th is when that offer ends.
Oh, geez, that's this weekend.
Yeah. Also, Big O Tires, they guarantee you the lowest price on every tire every day.
Not just tires there at Big O, though. They do brakes, shocks, struts, alignments, oil changes, and more. And you can make your appointment to do any of those things at BigOTires.com.
I'd advise you to go to that website, BigOTires.com, and find the Big O Tire store near you. The one in my neighborhood closest is on 2nd East and South Temple, and they're great there. But all the Big O Tire stores are great. Go to BigOTires.com. They are the team you trust. Back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
Yeah, I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No.
So, it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But, the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds
Oh,
better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro, and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this little burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know
They assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
No, I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use. But to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible. Because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade so we finally get Buster in the trailer. And we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it, like he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out.
Oh.
Well, there was this our who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came. "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off. Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, it was just like, he said, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
because they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No,
no. So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah. I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, "Oh hell, he ain't dead." and then so we walked him in the parade.
We got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She
I
hated
hated
them.
Now,
the wasabi.
Now, they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep, not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
tasty.
But they're flavorful.
Now, I've got the bag of cheddar, bacon, mac, and cheese here. And Gina said of the wasabi, "Oh, you got your winner right here." My guess is she won't even try the bacon, mac, and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
I don't care.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
it's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're gonna love it.
removed
You're gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
have those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah. Mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times over.
It would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
For Ripley.
They're peanut butter.
Uh, 7:26 right now. Time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today. 1, 2, or 3. Okay? 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once we've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
Tickets to the first ever Living Planet Aquarium Pride Under the Lights celebration, celebrating the LGBTQ community, June 25th at 7 p.m.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. Florida, where people who want to be punished live. Florida is the only state in the union that has not pre-ordered COVID-19 vaccines for toddlers in anticipation of the final approval by the federal government. And Governor Ron DeSantis said yesterday he will not facilitate distribution of that vaccine.
Why does he hate children?
They will be available to those who want them, but the state is not going to have anything to do with it. White House spokeswoman Karine, is that how you say her name? Karine Jean-Pierre, who confirmed Florida's outlier status on Thursday, said not pre-ordering the vaccines could mean delaying their availability in children's hospitals and other facilities in Florida that have relied on state distribution of the shots. Florida officials said the shots would be available at pharmacies and community health centers, which can pre-order them directly from the federal government, and that children's hospitals and other clinics would be able to order them from the federal government via a state portal and receive them quickly. Doctors can get it, hospitals can get it, but there's not going to be any state program that they're trying to get COVID jabs into infants and toddlers and newborns, DeSantis said. That's not where we're going to be utilizing our resources.
So you hate children. You want them to get sick and die. That's the only conclusion I can draw from.
As long as they don't say gay.
I just don't. I don't.
He's the worst. And he's your, so far, just second place behind Trump for presidential nomination.
The press secretary, Jean-Pierre, said, we encouraged Florida on several occasions to order these vaccines, but by not doing so, the state will not have immediate ready access to some of the vaccine for children. Boner candidate number 1, Florida, where people who want to be punished live. There's Boner candidate number 2. This is why a funeral viewing, one of the many reasons, but
I'm not a fan of the viewing. I think that shouldn't be a thing.
A funeral viewing is not a good idea. A Texas woman has been charged with a felony. She walked into a funeral home. Lori Lynn Hines is her name. Walked into a funeral home in Tyler, Texas, walked straight up to the casket and spit on the corpse. A witness on the scene said Hines had animosity toward the family of the person in the casket. Hines was arrested and charged with a state jail felony abuse of a corpse. She posted a $2,500 bond the next day. She walked right up to the casket and spit on the body. This is one of the many reasons a funeral viewing is not a good idea. Because I know if I had an open casket, there'd be a line. There would be a line of people.
A line of spitters?
Yes. It's Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a minute, Boner candidate number 3. I got news for you, pal. There is no best way to eat those things.
All right. Boner candidate number 3. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Feldman's Deli wants to thank their customers for their generous support during these challenging times. They're open offering dine-in, patio, and takeout service Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come in for a nosh at Utah's only authentic Jewish deli. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
This could have been a boner candidate, but anyway, it's Florida. A Florida lawmaker, Greg Steube, Republican, like many of his Republican colleagues, looked for a way to dismiss this month's hearings from the House committee presenting its findings about the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. In case you forgot, the sham of January 6th committee hearings are purely for TV ratings. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi let the Communist News Network, CNN, build a full TV set where Abraham Lincoln's desk once stood, he tweeted, sharing an image of a CNN discussion about Thursday's proceedings. He then deleted the tweet because he became aware. Somebody told him that CNN was using a digital screen. They were in a studio. They were not actually sitting in the National Statuary Hall where Lincoln's desk was once located.
Stupid.
Did he really?
Steube was one of 147 Republicans in Congress who voted to overturn the 2020 election results, even after the mob of Donald Trump's supporters stormed the Capitol in an effort to stop certification of the electoral votes that the then president wanted to overturn in his favor. Steube is stupid. Earlier this year, he made headlines by waving guns around during a virtual hearing on gun violence.
Yeah.
It's my house. I can do what I want.
That guy.
Boner candidate.
Yeah, we wish.
Number 6.
Yeah.
He wasn't. He didn't. He wasn't in that. Utah's COVID death rate. 13 more Utahns have died of COVID in the past week. That brings the state's total since the pandemic began to 4,806.
Which is acceptable to some people, apparently.
Yeah. 10 of the deaths in the past week were people aged 65 and over. 3 were 85 and over. Another 6,522 cases of coronavirus were also reported, just 9 fewer than the previous week. Hospitalizations and percentage of positive tests both rose slightly, but they did go up. Some Utah poll workers, the election, they volunteer, and they're worried about safety.
I don't blame them for
They
being worried about that.
and so counties have been putting in some more security measures at polling places more than ever before for the upcoming primary election. Quote, every year we try to use poll workers that have worked with us in the past, and this year we've put the call out, but a lot of people have declined, said Utah County Clerk Auditor Josh Daniels. He said, some of them have expressed concern about the level of security they might face working at local election centers. Some poll workers would rather not be involved, given the level and the tenor of about elections.
The Republican Party is currently training people to be poll watchers.
Yeah.
And that's just a harmless term for, enforcers and intimidators.
Scientists are warning that human penis sizes are shrinking due to pollution and industrial chemicals. Epidemiologist Dr. Shauna Swan has published a whole book examining the link between pollution and penile length, and she argues that the modern world is altering our reproductive development. Dr. Swan's book, titled Countdown, details how we're seeing higher rates of erectile dysfunction, fertility decline, and more babies being born with smaller penises, all due to pollution. Speaking of that, celebrity Zac Efron has announced that he is joining the team of a pancake and waffle mix business.
Oh, yeah, I've seen.
Based in Park City.
I've seen these ads. They're for the Kodiak cakes.
Efron
Is it real? Yeah.
Efron said in an Instagram post he has joined the board of directors as chief brand officer for Kodiak Cakes. The company is known for their. I
don't recognize him.
He looks a little stocky, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Anyway, the company is known for their pancake and waffle mixes, and they are delicious. However, they've also branched out to other baking mixes, oatmeal, granola bars, and other snack foods. Their mission is to, quote, inspire healthier eating and active living with nourishment for today's frontier. I love this brand, their products, and most of their mission. Most all of their mission, Efron said. I believe we can make a huge impact together. The adventure begins, he said. Let's go. Kodiak is excited to have Efron on their team. Mike Lindell. Ooh, Walmart is trying to cancel me.
Yeah,
they're taking my pillow out of Walmart stores.
That's pretty huge. I mean, that
is a big deal.
I think that means he's done. If he's not at Walmart, I don't.
He is My Pillow's. That is My Pillow's biggest distributor. Now, I think I read here that they are going to continue selling My Pillow products online.
Yeah,
but they will not sell them in stores. They dropped My Pillow, and it really hurt my employees because they're our biggest distributor.
Well, I'd say you hurt your employees for being a nut.
Walmart is absolutely disgusting. One of the top-selling products in the history of Walmart, My Pillow. He invented the pillow, you know. Let's see. Gina, I pulled this story for you. We won't go into complete detail, but I'll pass it along to you.
All right.
The couch is undeniably a comfortable place.
Yes.
But researchers from Simon Fraser University suggest that spending too much time sitting down may land you in an early grave.
I don't want that story.
Sitting 6 to 8 hours a day is linked to an increased risk of early death.
I just stood up.
Okay, early death. I'll pass that on to you because I don't
Remain seated, please.
I don't want you.
Permanecer sentados, por favor.
And then finally, this story. Bob Salem is somewhat of a modern-day Sisyphus. Sisyphus, who was tasked with pushing a boulder up a hill in Greek mythology. But Mr. Salem is going to push a peanut up Pikes Peak with his nose.
Why?
Did he lose a bet?
According to a release from the city of Manitou Springs, Salem will use a contraption taped to his nose to roll the legume up the 13-mile-long Bar Trail. He's making the attempt in honor of the city's 105th anniversary at the base of Pikes Peak.
How does that honor?
Improbable as it sounds, the journey it says here, to Shell and back, has been accomplished before. Not once, not twice, but 3 times someone has pushed a peanut up Pikes Peak with their nose.
Well, I just don't.
In 1929, a Texan by the name of Bill Williams became the first man making a $500 bet with his friends, and he and the peanut made it up in 22 days.
I can't think of a dollar amount that would make me.
That record fell in 1963 when a 21-year-old rock and roll musician named Ulysses Baxter made the push in just 8 days. He enlisted the help of a large wooden salad spoon, which he taped to his nose.
There is no dollar amount.
Well, we know that,
would
Gina.
get
We know
me
that, Gina.
To push a peanut.
Gina, we're
up.
aware of that. There's no dollar amount that
one
can
of those was
basically get you off the couch.
But one of those was for $500.
Well, that was back in 19 whatever. $500 was a lot more money.
Weather, traffic.
So, blowing dust, breezy. That's not smoke. It'll be dust in the air. And wind advisory, actually, throughout the day today and into tomorrow. There's a red flag warning because of that wind and also our dry, hot conditions. So it'll just feel like, 100 degrees with wind is...
it's a convection oven.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was looking for. Next chance of showers looks like 20% chance Saturday night into Sunday. And then things cool down a little bit down into the lower 80s, it looks like. And as far as traffic goes, just want to alert you to Garth Brooks is coming to town, and that's just going to ruin everything.
Well, yes, for many reasons.
It will be a bad traffic situation tomorrow, especially around Rice-Eccles Stadium. But UTA is trying to help. They want you to take advantage of your concert ticket and use it for a free fare on all UTA services. So you can take tracks or anything to get you closer there without having to park at the stadium. Also, you can use UTA if you're going to the Real Salt Lake game this weekend. They play San Jose, and your Real Salt Lake ticket will get you free ride on the trains, the buses, anything you need to get out to Rio Tinto Stadium. As far as accidents go, a blown transformer has knocked out power to parts of Logan and Nibley, so that's affecting traffic lights there. Treat those as four-way stops. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Owner candidate number 3, I got news for you, pal. There is no best way to eat those things. I made the mistake of watching this TikTok video.
Ooh.
A man named Paulie Long is teaching people the best way to eat raw goat testicles.
There are right ways and wrong ways to do that?
Mr. Long is no stranger to dining on livers and brains, but he has more recently gotten into raw animal testicles. He says we didn't need to show that picture.
No, I don't want to see him with his shirt off.
And that's not him. That's not him in the
okay.
That's not the guy that was in the video.
Yeah.
It's a great source of protein and preserving fertility in men, he says.
No, it's not.
He's teaching people the best way to eat raw. I got news for you, pal. There is no best way to eat raw testicles. Gee.
All right, so let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, Florida, where people who want to be punished live. Florida is the only state in the nation not pre-ordering COVID-19 vaccines for kids. Now, that doesn't mean they can't get them. But it will make it more difficult for them to get them. Boner candidate, and that's Governor DeSantis for you. Boner candidate number 2, this is why a funeral viewing is not a good idea. One of the many reasons. Texas woman charged with felony walked into a funeral and spit on the corpse. And boner candidate number 3, I got news for you, pal. There is no right way or good way to eat those things.
All right, we've got Boner of the Day. You've got to decide 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Which one is the worst? Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Or call Katie right now. She's in the producer's booth waiting to hear from you at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, June 17, 2022, and vote there. You've only only got about 4.5 minutes to do that. Don't forget, coming up after we award Boner of the Day, Jimmy the Wine Guy is here. Have another drink with Jimmy. Get ready to call him and ask questions about all kinds of adult beverages. He'll be happy to help you. But let's get to voting. Let's go. Boner of the Day.
Hey, when you
It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Ah, well,
It's
let's
good to
see.
be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as
Yes.
my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
All right,
Hi, Scott.
Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheese.
choice.
It's not much of a sacrifice.
we all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? It's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in. Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice. Thank you.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead. It's her turn to answer.
Gina.
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on it?
B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal. Scott, what's the answer?
C.
I got wood is correct.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
All right. Scott, what crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up.
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Scott, you win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches in.
Your totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and help for helping transfer power peacefully here on
All right.
BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the
Thank
line.
you, Scott.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks. All right, 7:49. Let's award Boner of the Day.
I will alert the. Oh, there they are. I was going to say I haven't seen the results yet, but here they are. All right, we had.
Brought to you in part by.
Oh yeah, brought to you in part by. What did I have for? Oh, you know what I had for dinner? I had Five Guys, and when I got my wife brought it home, and when I got in the car this morning, it still smelled
like-
just a little bit like French fries. It was really nice.
And Iconoclad, sell your pre-rocked stuff and keep 50% cash. Check out the new Iconoclad 855 South State in Salt Lake for the most awarded new secondhand and festival shopping and original boutique at 4th East, 3rd South. Keep SLC weird.
The voting was quite even, and people had a hard time deciding, I guess, which one was the worst. Quite a number of votes for the guy who will show you how to eat goat testicles. I don't, and it's just stupid and awful. I would have thought that the spitting on a corpse would have done better. But edging out those two, Florida, the state of Florida, where people who want to be punished live. Governor Ron DeSantis saying we're not gonna pre-order any of that kid COVID vaccine. Nope.
There it is. Boner of the Day for today, June 17, 2022. And now it's in Dave the Flower Guy's hands. He'll come in here at 9:45 and tell us who Boner of the Week is. Sponsor, Gina?
Yeah, Callaway Cellars with over 40 years of California winemaking.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink, you'll feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
Well, there's nothing like wine in the morning.
Well, we're those whiny DJs.
Jimmy, the wine guy.
every day.
Yes, we do. Jimmy, the wine guy, is here. He is the proprietor of the Wine Academy of Utah. You can go to wineacademyofutah.com. There's all kinds of stuff there. Oh, and by the way, we're having Jimmy for a second segment today. So if you have
questions, line up now.
Wine questions, alcohol questions. When it comes time, I have a question about a cocktail for you.
Okay.
But let's talk about the Callaway.
Callaway.
I've always made that mistake. It's the golf guy.
Yeah, it's the golf guy. Callaway Cellars was started by Eli Callaway. He was a textile magnate and bought 140 acres in Temecula down in Southern California.
Oh, yeah.
In the 70s. Nobody was doing that.
Nobody was there.
Nobody was there.
Now it's really populated. But
Super popular. They have a wine trail there. And by the 80s, he was selling wine.
Wait a minute. What's a wine trail?
It's a trail in which you walk to connecting wineries to and from.
Sample
And sample wines, yeah. walk,
I see why
ride
you
a bike.
walk.
Yeah,
Don't
it's a
wanna
stumble
drive.
trail. It's a stumble trail. But he was making wine, planted in the 70s, started making wine in the mid 70s, and then by the 80s he was selling, and he even sold his company. But what's really cool about this company is Callaway, he loved the hickory sticks. He was a big golfer, and there was a brand called the Hickory Stick. And he liked it so much, he invested in the company and turned that into the Callaway Golf Club or Hickory Stick, and largest manufacturer of golf equipment and golf clubs to date. So really neat that it all started with some wine.
Yeah.
That it all started
I thought
with
the
some
golf
wine.
clubs came first. I thought it was the other way around.
You would think, right?
Yeah.
But today we're really happy about these two wines. We have them listed in the state store. We have a Chardonnay and the Cabernet Sauvignon. There's 3 tiers to their portfolio. You have the Cellar Selection. It's kind of your every daily pour. That's the Cabernet today. Then you have their signature line, which is the Eli Chardonnay from Paso Robles. And then you have their Private Reserve, which is more of their premium selection.
It's
So I'm
this
thinking.
Cabernet is good.
I'm thinking Callaway, Dad's Golf,
There you
Father's
go.
Day wine.
So you want them to buy golf clubs for Dad?
Golf clubs, and
wine.
you can pair it both. Put a bottle of wine
These-
in a bag
These
of
pair
golf
well
clubs.
with the driver.
This Cabernet is a good everyday Cabernet.
It just, I'm not a huge Cabernet fan, but this is really drinkable.
So this Cabernet sourced the fruit from throughout Central Coast, California. On the label it says the word California, but some of their vineyards that they source from are throughout Central Coast. And Central Coast can be really hot, but I feel this nice coolness in this wine. I get a little bit of just a touch of a bell pepper, a little bit of pepperiness, some dried fruit in there. Definitely an everyday wine. And that bell pepper kind of thing indicates a cooler climate. So they might be a little bit more inland. I'm not exactly certain of their site selection, but it's it's delicious. And guess what? It's on SPA this month. And I don't want to misquote. Is this the one $6.99 in the store?
What?
This bottle of wine, $7.
Really?
Yeah, it's SPA, so it's on sale. You should be about $10.
Oh yeah, that's what your
How many bottles in a
info
case?
here says.
Yeah, 12.
How many bottles in a case?
Not enough. Not enough.
In a
12.
case?
See, this is, you don't need
For that price, that's great.
You don't need a burger with this. You don't need a steak with this. This is you can walk in the house, pour yourself a glass of this, and sit down and watch TV.
Funny, you had Five Guys smelling the next morning in your car. I had this wine smelling. No,
It's really good.
Tell me about the Chardonnay, because I'm a Chardonnay fan. I haven't
This
tried this one
Chardonnay,
yet.
nice. This is a bit more of a higher end selection, a little bit more site selective. It's Paso Robles, also Central Coast, but a bit more just within that wine growing region. This is the key here. They do barrel fermentation. They squish the grapes to get rid of the skins. They put the grape juice in a barrel. So the grape ferments and turns into wine inside that barrel, developing hazelnut, nuttiness, a little bit of toastiness, a little bit of creaminess. They also send it through malolactic fermentation, which gives it that dairy. So whenever anybody says, I love buttery oaky Chardonnays because of the oak aging, the butter is actually from malolactic fermentation. So it's a little bit different, and they're really easy on the new oak here. So this is a fine Chardonnay. This is a nice Chardonnay.
It's not real oaky, and it's almost, there's got just a little sweetness to it.
That ripeness of that fruit, and Paso, it's known for that. You really have this beautiful wine growing region, a lot of rich sun, and this is also on sale from $15 down to $12.99. So
Wow.
it should be like $16 bucks.
Perfect deal.
Yeah.
That's
So these
a
are two really nice wines to pair something to
And
have.
also 12 bottles in a case of the. It's always 12 bottles in a case.
Usually, if if you have a bottle of wine for like $125 or $225 per bottle, then it's a 6-pack typically. Or your large magnums, your double bottles are typically carried in 6-packs due to weight.
So it's Callaway.
Callaway Cellars, and you can get them throughout the state. They are listed, and I was really pleasantly surprised. These are some fun wines.
They're excellent.
And if you're looking for them, I use the DABC app all the time. Tells you exactly which store and how many bottles they have. It works really well.
Time to call and talk to Jimmy. If you have any questions about any alcoholic beverages, not just wines,
cocktails,
cocktail
perhaps?
recipes, he has suggestions for all of that. 877-602-9696. or if you're worried that your bishop may be listening, text in 33986.
Planning on attending that Garth Brooks concert at Rice Eccles this weekend. They've partnered with UTA. They're providing enhanced service, including direct shuttles. And your concert ticket gets you free fare on all UTA services. Now, maybe you're going to the Real Salt Lake game tomorrow. They play San Jose. UTA also has offered free fare transit for that game as well. Your Real Salt Lake ticket gets you on bus, train, on-demand services all over the Wasatch Front for people with game tickets. So yeah, and there's no accidents this morning. Maybe all of you are on mass transit right this very minute. I don't know. Maybe. Jiffy Lube Multi-Care. Get services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. It's a job for Jiffy. Visit jiffylubutah.com for discount services and locations.
All right, 877-602-9696. I know you want to talk to Jimmy about some sort of alcoholic beverage. 877-602-9696, or text your question to 33986. KXRK Provo.
Join it.
Dear Carrie, Bill, and Gina, although Gina wasn't here when this happened, I don't believe. I've been listening to Radio from Hell since I was 14 or 15. I'm now 30, and I still spend my mornings listening to you all as I commute to work. I value your opinions, and for the most part, I share your ultra-liberal way of thinking. I often find myself quoting you when discussing politics or even just life events. It would be safe to say that I'm a loyal fan. However, one of my biggest pet peeves continues to pop up on the show, and I can't take it anymore. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1988, the heart of the millennial generation. Over the years, the term millennial has become an insult or comedic point for many, including myself. We are the generation of participation trophies and lackluster work ethic. Where my issue falls is this: the constant misuse of the term millennial. A millennial is anyone born between 1981 and 1996. So, yes, producer Katie is definitely a millennial. And the segment where you asked her all of the nostalgic questions was quite funny. But looking at the years that millennials were kids, you wouldn't think it's that odd that a millennial would know what you were talking about. I mean, I could easily answer every one of the questions. It wasn't that hard. Perhaps I'm wrong, but it seems that you all think a millennial is much younger than they truly are. For the most part, millennials are in their late 20s, early 30s. We are the children of the late 80s and 90s. So it says, yet every other episode or so, there's a comment from you all about millennials and what we don't know. The breaking point was on the 17th when Bill made a comment about millennials getting into the TV show The Office. For the love of God, Bill, millennials were watching The Office when we were in junior high and high school. Maybe it's just silly of me to get so worked up. But millennials didn't eat Tide Pods. So fault is for our real mistakes. I love you all. I'm just annoyed by this. Probably I'm entitled, emotional, and a millennial. Love always, Molly. Well, Molly's right. So I looked it up. The generations. They name each generation.
I feel like I've read conflicting things on when the millennial ends and begins. So if she is correct, and you confirm that, then I'm a millennial too. I'm an older millennial, but I would still be a millennial.
Here's what it is. Some generations are known by one name only, as like baby boomers.
Okay.
That's what I would be. Names for other generations is a matter of some dispute among experts, but here are some of the things that we agree on. There's a chart at x96.com/live.
Okay.
Here's how and William Strauss, they're demographers, describe millennials. Millennials would be between 1980 and 2000, also known as Generation Y. Okay?
Okay.
So let's...
80 to late 90s. All right?
Yeah. Let's see. So people from 2000 to the present would be known as either the silent generation, the new silent generation, or Generation Z. Okay? But So then there's another one, the Population Reference Bureau. They have a little different. So there are different ones, but generally millennials are between 1980 to 2000
to late 90s. Yeah.
Yeah, and that one is pretty set in all of these. But then there's the silent generation, the baby boomers. That's 1946 to 64. Generation X, that was 65 to 79. And millennials, then present, they're calling the present new silent generation or Generation Z. So, but she's right, millennials, we just have I have the tendency to think anybody who's really young is a millennial, and that's not true.
From now on, you're all young'uns.
Gen Z.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're young'uns. That's the title. That applies to everybody.
Young'uns?
Young'uns.
Okay.
My dad would say.
Jimmy, with Have Another Drink with Jimmy, taking your questions now, 877-602-9696, and it's brought to you by Booztique, featuring accessories for home and professional bars, plus non-alcoholic beverages, fun gifts for Father's Day. Get 15% off your purchase when mentioning you heard Booztique on X96, open 11-ish to 7 p.m., 315 East Broadway.
Yes, it's Jimmy Santangelo, the impresario of the Wine Academy of Utah. You can find him at wineacademyofutah.com. People are on the line wanting to ask you questions, Jimmy, about cocktails and the like. There's one line open, 877-602-9696, but we'll go to the phones.
Let's start with Tommy. Hi, Tommy.
Hi, everybody, and Jimmy, longtime drinker, semi-often caller here. The question I have is, you got a mezcal pairing at Beehive Distillery. Can you tell me what mezcals will be involved?
Sure. We have.
When is it?
We have that tomorrow, Saturday at 2:30. We're featuring tequila and mezcals. The mezcals we're going to do, two that you're familiar with maybe in the state here, the Bozal mezcal. What we're doing is this. Mezcal is a roasted piña, similar in the tequila, so you get that real smoky style. But unlike tequila, you have blue agave Weber, which is the primary plant base material that you use. What I'm featuring with Mezcal, because it's a bit more ancestral, it's a little bit older, I'm using the first one, Espadín. So it's considered the mother of all Weber agaves. Then I'm using a trio, a blend, an artisanal style, where we're using Espadín, Mexicana, and Pacifico. Those are the blends there. And then the final one we're using is going to have the little worm in it. It's going to have the worm. We're using Oaxaca, and we're using their Cabano de Baco, I believe it's called. And we're looking forward to it. So you're going to have 6 tastes all day, 3 of them which are mezcal.
What's the point of having the worm in a bottle of
It's
West
tradition.
Mezcal?
It's the little, and it's not actually a worm. It's a little
caterpillar.
It's escaping me. I don't know why it's
Larva?
escaping me. I just looked at my notes this morning about preparing for tomorrow. Anyways, it's tradition because it'll typically be in the barrels or within the distillery. So it's more of a tradition.
And then the thing is, whoever gets to the last drink at the bottle has to drink the worm.
Yeah, and the
It's
worm
supposed to
does
be an
that.
honor, though, isn't
Right,
it? to
yeah,
get the
and
worm.
that is tradition. And you have, there's no additional. People think it's hallucinogenic and things like that. It's just that you just finished a bottle of mezcal.
Yeah, that's all.
That's what's going to do
And it
it.
won't hurt you.
But Tommy, I won't have any pecholans there. I won't have any that have been redistilled with any rabbit or protein or chicken or anything like that. And for those mezcal lovers out there, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Tom.
That's okay. You had me at Oaxaca.
Nice. Thanks, bud.
All that at the wineacademyofutah.com. You can see all the stuff that Jimmy has coming up, including the mezcal pairings. Speaking of tequila, well, Jared is here. Hi, Jared.
Hello.
It's all about tequila today.
Go ahead.
Yeah, funny enough. Between the 3 types of tequilas, Anjo, Raspado, Blanco, is there a better one that's typically like sipping? And is there a good local tequila that's good sipping?
That's a great question. So the sipping tequilas usually tend to have their barrel aged. So as you had mentioned, the añejo. So Blanco, unaged. A Reposado, at least 11 months. Usually they go a little bit longer in barrels. And then añejo, you have an extended age. There is one that's exceptional, and we even featured it on X96 here, the Patron Extra Añejo.
Which I love.
It's 3 years in barrel.
That's a sipping tequila.
That's a sipping tequila. And then there is one, a Blanco, that I recommend as a sipper. Oddly enough, because usually Blancos are like, you need something with it. It's too harsh. Is the Dragones. I featured that when I was in Michigan, and you guys had a bottle here, and that was a lot of fun.
That was good.
I think that was remote. You guys were at home, but the Dragones, beautiful bottle. Sipping Blanco. So there's some options for it.
We've come a long way from Cuervo, haven't we?
No, please.
Yeah. 1 tequila, 2 tequila,
Yeah.
3 tequila
Hey,
floor.
thanks for calling, Jared, about that. We got another call coming up on line
We'll
1.
get to him here in a second. Let's see. Here we go. After a long time searching for a home, we finally found our dream home. We would like to buy our agent a nice bottle of bourbon. Any recommendations? So gifting bourbon.
You know, since you're here in Utah, you can go local. You can buy Sugar House Distillers has an excellent bourbon. So that's recognizing that, hey, Utah broker, Utah distiller.
That's good.
You know, and perhaps that, I don't know. I'm still sipping at that Angel's Envy we featured last week, that bourbon. And it's a beautiful bottle and very decorative, if you will. And I would recommend those 2.
Both good choices.
Yeah.
More tequila questions from Scott. Here we go.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hey.
Quick question. It's not as exciting as drinking, but when I have tried to drink tequila or tequila-based mixers, I get this really sharp pain, like in the back of my jaw. It feels like there's a screw that's being tightened.
You know, it's almost like a tinniness or an iron kind of. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I
This
think
is
it's
the thing, huh?
I think it's a high acidity. So maybe a lot of times tequila is mixed with a lot of citrus,
Lime juice.
and lime juice, and that citric acid. If you're using a component, an additive, a mixer, might be high in the tartaric acid, which is not citric. It's supposed to imitate citric. But if I have something with too much tartaric acid, I get that. When I was a kid playing hockey,
It's quite painful sometimes too.
really,
Yeah.
I would suspect it is. And I had almost a jock.
Lockjaw?
Lockjaw.
A jock claw.
A jock claw. Remember when you could have Gatorade bubble gum? It was the gum.
Oh, yeah.
And we used to have that at hockey camp. And one time I just had to go off the bench. I thought I couldn't open my mouth. And it was the tartaric acid in that. So I've always been sensitive to it.
thought you were going to
I've been
stump
drinking
Jimmy with
gin and
that.
bourbon and stuff instead, just because I was worried about this.
See,
About
there you
being
go.
allergic.
All right, Scott. Thank you.
Good question.
There you go,
You
Scott.
got it.
See, he knows his stuff.
I have a question.
Jimmy knew exactly what he was talking about. I love that.
So I'm reading this great novel called The Quiet American by Graham Greene, and it takes place in Vietnam when the French were there fighting the Vietnamese, and they keep having these cocktails in Saigon called a vermouth cassis. Do you have any idea what that is?
So I would suspect, based on the name, so vermouth, your amortized base liqueur, right? It's a standard vermouth, either dry. I would suspect it was dry. And then cassis, cassis.
I looked it up, and it says dry vermouth and creme de cassis. What is that?
Creme de cassis is, we don't use a lot of cassis in our culture here in the States, but cassis is think a really concentrated raspberry kind of a flavor, almost Robitussin-y-like. I mean, it's
I've had
just
this.
Really?
And so you have the dry vermouth, as I suspected, with that off dry, and I wouldn't be surprised if they went little
Club
salsa.
soda. Club soda, it says.
Yeah.
And it says it's
Never
a
heard of
very
this.
nice,
Yeah.
light cocktail.
Cool. Yeah, that'd be fun to try. Yeah.
Vermouth cassis.
Thanks.
Can you get cassis here?
Yeah.
Okay. Jimmy the Wine Guide, wineacademyofutah.com. All kinds of stuff there, classes, certification to be a sommelier, all of that. Thanks, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Jimmy.
Enjoy your weekend. Happy Father's Day, guys.
Thank you. Traffic, please, Gina.
Well, we do have an accident northbound I-215 west at 39 south. It's off to the right shoulder. The good news is that's the only accident UDOT's reporting, and it's the first one we've even talked about today. So I'll just take this opportunity to remind you again, if you're either going to the Garth Brooks show this weekend or Real Salt Lake, UTA is offering to both of those events free rides on any of their services. You just need to use your ticket as your ticket to ride. So don't park and drive. It'll be good for the environment, and it makes it easy. You don't have to park and walk. That's a great way to do it. If you see something you want friends of the program to know about, you can text us. If it's safe for you to text 33986. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Beat Gina is next. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Get in line to play pop culture trivia games against Gina. If you beat her, you will win what prize?
Tickets to the Utah Arts Festival coming to Library Square June 23rd through the 26th.
All right. 877-602-9696. Call now. Line up to beat Gina. Wendy's for breakfast and late nights. Now, this deal I'm going to tell you about, before you leave the house, you need to download the Wendy's app and place your order. I mean, if the Wendy's is close to your home. Right now at Wendy's, you can start your morning with the 2 for $3 mix and match deal in the Wendy's app. Mix and match 2 great breakfast sandwiches. Choice of the sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or the sausage, bacon, egg, Swiss croissant for just $3, but only when you order in the Wendy's app. Just $3. It's a perfect combination. So download the Wendy's app and hit the drive-thru on your way to work or court or wherever you're headed. And if you're out cruising around late at night tonight, this weekend, you get hungry, you know what I mean. You want some French fries? Oh, that'd be perfect. The fries are hot and crispy at Wendy's and preferred over McDonald's, almost 2 to 1. They're also guaranteed to be hot and crispy. So if you receive some that are not hot and crispy, they will make you some that are. End your night on a good fry, if you know what I mean. It's Wendy's.
Real alternative.
Here's your list.
All right.
This is, you got the intro there, you want to do that? Or
Yeah. Let me just give me a second.
It's
here.
a list of 34 cereals that are no longer on the shelves.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if you want to ask, it'll tell you the years that it was available. I'm not going to give that for everyone, and the manufacturer and a description of the taste. Okay, there's Vanilla Crunch.
Yes, I remember this.
You remember that?
Sounds
Yes.
good.
It was delicious.
So it was birthday cake flavored Captain Crunch balls, essentially. Pink Panther Flakes.
I remember those. It was also a good cereal. Good prizes in that one too.
Fruit Brute.
Yes, delicious. Actually, of the Monster cereals, probably the best one.
Was it like Fruity Pebbles?
Fruit flavored cereal pieces with lime flavored marshmallows.
Yeah.
Moonstones.
I remember those.
That's from the Ralston Purina Company. Yeah.
As I recall,
Donkey
it was
Kong-
just a crunchy golden cereal, as I recall.
Let's see. Fruit flavored. No, it says fruit flavored. Space shaped cereal of stars, half moons, and planets.
Okay, yeah.
Donkey Kong Crunch.
I remember that. Yes.
Strawberry honeycomb. That's sort of.
Mm-hmm.
That's you know what that is because I think they still have honeycombs.
Mm-hmm.
Pac-Man cereal.
Yes.
Smurf Berry Crunch.
Had that.
They
Yes.
don't have Smurf Berry Crunch anymore?
Mr. T cereal. Remember that?
Delicious. Yes.
I remember this one.
Golden shaped letter T's.
Yeah. I think I have a box of this in my drawer at work. C-3POs.
Also delicious. Very good cereal. It was like little eights put together that were golden and sweet.
Honey sweet oat wheat corn cereal. It said basically like Lucky Charms without the marshmallows.
Mm-hmm.
Ghostbusters cereal.
Yes.
Nerds cereal.
Too sweet for me.
Rainbow Bright cereal.
Did not have that one.
Spider-Man cereal.
Had that. Yes. Delicious.
Yummy Mummy.
Yummy Fruity Mummy. Yes.
Smurf Magic Berries.
What made the magic?
I want to know what were the berries. What?
They're magic.
Morning Funnies. Ever heard of that one?
Don't know that one.
1988 to 1989. Didn't last very long. It was a fruit-flavored cereal shaped like goofy faces in a box covered with comics.
No.
Oh, yeah, the comics from the newspaper on the box. Oh, okay, yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts cereal.
Yeah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cereal.
Yes.
Which they tasted like turtle. Batman cereal.
Remember Batman cereal? Yes, a golden
Breakfast
sweet
with Barbie.
Did not see that one.
That was a multigrain fruit-flavored cereal in shape of hearts, bows, cars, stars, and the letter B from 1989 into the early 90s. Bill and Ted's Excellent Cereal.
I never had that. I should have had that.
Tiny Toon Adventures cereal.
Vaguely remember that.
Cinnamon Mini Buns.
I remember those.
The Addams Family cereal.
That was actually a good cereal.
That's it. No, not according to this. It says spooky-shaped cereal with a memorable lack of flavor.
No, it had cinnamon in it, as I recall.
Lack of flavor.
I remember eating. I thought it was delicious.
Well, that's. I mean, you may have liked it, and that's. WWF Superstars.
Don't remember that one.
Vanilla-flavored star-shaped cereal. Jurassic Park Lost World Crunch.
Don't remember that one either.
Reptar Crunch. Whatever.
Reptar?
R-E-P-T-A-R.
Reptar is the cartoon character from the Rugrats cartoon. Reptar was like their Godzilla, yes.
That was a Post cereal.
Mm-hmm.
Homer's Cinnamon Donut cereal.
I remember this. It was yummy.
Bart's Peanut Butter Chocolate Crunch.
Don't remember that one.
Monopoly cereal.
Don't remember that.
Who wants to eat
Fiber.
Monopoly cereal?
People who love the game Monopoly. Fiber Plus Berry Yogurt Crunch.
Ugh.
No.
Cupcake Pebbles.
Don't remember
And
that
Sesame Street C is for cereal.
C is for cereal. That's
remember
good
that one
enough for me.
There were so many left out there.
Well,
you had Vanilla Crunch at the beginning, which is a Captain Crunch related cereal. But there was Jean Lafitte's Cinnamon Crunch. That was a Captain Crunch cereal. Jean Lafitte being the pirate bad guy in the cartoons of Captain Crunch, and he got his own cereal. It was delicious.
Yeah, it says here that there are many others, but
yes.
some of them, they were just like limited releases for movies. You know, they didn't. A lot of these they intended them to go on, and then they didn't. Because why couldn't you have a Batman cereal even today? I mean,
exactly. C-3POs were delicious too.
I bought a real cereal yesterday.
What?
Grape Nuts.
That's
post grape.
Are you
nuts.
going to eat that on the air? Because it's really noisy when you eat the grape nuts on the air.
I don't know.
Buy
Maybe
you a quieter cereal.
If I had not known that it bothered you so much, I wouldn't have done it. But
Yeah,
now,
softer cereal, oatmeal. How about oatmeal?
I'll eat some mush,
some cream of wheat,
some muesli,
some malto meal.
Yeah.
Chocolate flavor malto meal.
I don't intend on eating the grape nuts on the air because if you kind of suck in a little bit and one of them gets lodged in your throat, it's a disaster.
It'll do it.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio.
It's time to gather the whole family around the radio because the best game show ever is about to begin. Of course, it's Beat Gina, the game where one contestant goes head-to-head with La Barberi. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola, reminding you to head to Little Stinker gas stations and convenience stores in Blackfoot, Idaho. We undercut all the big guys' gas and oil prices, and that's why they call us Little Stinkers. Now, here he is, the furthest thing from a stinker, Terry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome.
Is that true?
Little
That's
Stinkers,
how they
yes.
got their name?
Yes, that's true.
I always wondered.
There used to be some Little Stinkers gas stations here in Salt Lake City.
Yes, the skunk logo.
Yes, but they, I believe there's still some. They originated in Idaho.
That's good to know. Thank you. All right, Johnny. Thank you so much. I learned.
You learned something.
I know, right?
And Little Stinkers is giving me a little bit of coin.
I hope they are. I hope they are. I hope you charge top dollar. Well, let's get a contestant. The computer has decided that, is it Brian? Brian is on the phone.
Hello, Brian.
Brian is the contestant. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Brian. We're going to toss a
Thanks
coin.
for letting me listen.
Oh, thank you. We're going to toss a coin to determine who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, Brian?
No, I've seen so many heads, I'm going to go for heads.
All right. Well, okay.
Well, my goodness.
Coin toss app says, as you can see, tails.
Tails.
Bragging about his sex life.
Of course.
Of course, Brian. So that means Gina goes first.
Bill, oh, that's not Bill. That's John.
I'm sorry, yes? What?
Can you tell by the
what?
Can you tell by the suit jacket?
Can you tell by the voice?
You're right. I'm sorry.
The plaid suit jacket.
Brian, if you beat me today, you're going to get tickets to the Utah Arts Festival coming to Library Square June 23rd through the 26th. But what are you going to do for me if I beat you?
I'll donate to the road home, but I need to know where your favorite place for French fries is.
Hires. Hires
there
Big
you go.
H. is my favorite.
Hires?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right.
All right. I'm the guy that gave Carrie the robot, and I'm going to get Bill some bourbon, and I want to get you a gift card so you can get your fries.
I just saw Bill, and he said, make it snappy.
All right.
Oh, thanks, Johnny.
Okay, Brian. Because Gina won the coin toss, she's going to go first. It gives her this first question is for her to answer exclusively. If she gets it right, she gets the point. If not, I'll turn it over to you. and let you answer it. If you get it right, you get the point. First person to 3 wins. We'll go back and forth like that. All right, so it's potpourri because I have a bunch of leftover questions from weeks past. So we'll begin with Gina. You won the coin toss.
Yep.
I don't feel like I should ask you Prince trivia, but
You certainly can.
I'm going to do it anyway. All right, Prince trivia. What was the unofficial sequel to Purple Rain? The unofficial sequel to Purple Rain. Oh, you don't know, do you? Is it A, Graffiti Bridge, B, Under the Cherry Moon, C, Quaxer Fortune Has a Cousin in the Bronx, or D, Chocolate Rain?
Because it could be A or B. I don't remember which one it is.
Yes.
I'm going to guess Under the Cherry
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Now, this is very good news for Brian, who is Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Brian.
I would go with B.
Well, she already went with B.
That's Cherry Moon.
Probably.
Oh, that was B? Then I want A. Sorry.
Under the Graffiti Bridge.
There you go. Brian, he has stumbled into 1 point.
Boy, I'll tell you, you got the host all confused here.
And now Brian is controlling the question, so he has a chance to go ahead 2 points to none.
Brian. Christopher Lee trivia. The actor Christopher Lee. What is the only film that Christopher Lee ever produced? He produced only one film. Was it A, Nothing But the Night, B, The Wicker Man, C, Quaxer Fortune Has a Cousin in the Bronx, or D, Stop or My Mom Will Shoot?
I have absolutely no clue. So I'm just gonna guess with C.
Quaxer Fortune Has a Cousin in the Bronx.
That's unfortunate.
Incorrect.
Gina, now you can steal Brian's question.
Is it A?
Nothing But the Night.
There it is. Now it's 1-1.
Yeah.
Gina has the question, a chance to go up 2-1.
Gina.
Give it to me.
Ghostbusters.
Got it.
Trivia. What does Egon collect as a hobby?
Okay.
Is it A, spores, molds, and fungus, B, rare coins, C, bottle caps, or D, celebrity hair?
That would be spores, molds, and fungus.
Nicely done. The score is now 2-1, but Brian, who is Brian, has a chance to tie the game.
All right, Brian. John Wayne
Any
trivia.
more Ghostbusters?
I'm sorry. John Wayne trivia. All right. This is one of the... I didn't get really mean with this question.
Oh, okay.
All right, because I don't like John Wayne. In 1964, John Wayne had to undergo a 6-hour operation for what? Is it A?
You didn't get mean? You could have gotten mean with that.
I could have, but I didn't. All my others were about what a racist he was. But anyway. Is it A, having 2 inches to each thigh bone added to make him taller? Was it B, to have his cancerous left lung removed? Is it C, having his eye replaced and removed to play Rooster Cogburn because he was a method actor? Or D, ACL, MCL, and meniscus knee reconstruction?
I have no idea, but I'm going to guess B. The lung.
That would be correct. He was a heavy smoker.
Heavy smoker.
The game is tied at 2 points, but Gina now controls the question, and if she gets this one, she wins the game.
Gina.
I'm ready.
How did Bill Paxton die? Was it A?
Too soon? Is one of the answers too soon?
No, I said how. Was it A, storm chasing a twister? B, he blew himself up? C, a stroke? D, he turned into a talking pile of feces?
He had a stupid stroke.
And Gina wins the game. There it is. Unfortunately, Brian will get no prize because he's a loser.
Well, now, Johnny.
What?
I feel bad that he really wanted a Ghostbusters question and he didn't get one. I feel like because of that, if you don't mind me breaking with tradition.
All right, you can.
And going ahead and giving Brian the Arts Festival tickets anyway.
Say thank you, Brian.
Thank you. You guys are awesome. I did not expect that at all.
No, you didn't.
Sure, you didn't. Brian, hold on the line, and a very nice woman will come on the line and tell you how to claim your prize. All right?
All right.
I've got to go. I'm going up to Little Stinkers to buy a petrified watermelon for my mother-in-law.
Oh, good.
Is that a thing? Petrified watermelon?
What it is?
What? Yeah. Oh, huh? Oh, yeah. Johnny showed me his research on Little Stinker, and yeah.
They have petrified watermelon?
I don't know what that is.
They rocks.
Oh.
It's a rock.
Oh, it's a joke.
Look kind of,
Yeah.
look kind of like, it was a joke because you want to get something stupid for your mother-in-law.
All right, let's get to big boy news and Opinnuendo now, brought to you by...
Take an unforgettable cross-country adventure into the hidden wonders of the natural world. Into America's Wild 3D visits some of the most beautiful but untamed landscapes of America, now playing in Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
I have no idea why this would be. That the internet would be thrilled about Bryan Cranston's transformation. On Tuesday, Bryan Cranston sat down with Today hosts Hoda Kotb and Jenna Bush Hager, and Bryan Cranston was sporting a full, thick beard.
Well, he looks handsome.
Whoa.
Whatever.
Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, whatever.
This is a story?
Whatever.
Just that he has a
well,
beard?
people had questions.
Oh.
Because, he's usually clean shaven.
Is it for a role, Bryan Cranston?
I'm just not shaving, he said. He said he grew his beard to play the character Michael Desiato in the second season of Showtime's Your Honor.
People have questions.
The show follows a respected judge whose son is involved in a hit and run that involves an organized crime family. The first season was about a man who loses his soul and sells principles off for what he thought was the greater good. Second season of Your Honor is really about redemption. And so if you're going to make it about redemption, you have to grow a beard.
I guess. Whatever.
This is, people will be excited about this because?
Because?
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Oh.
Kit Harington is attached to reprise his Game of Thrones role in a new spin-off series. The whole thing is in early stages, starting to develop. The Hollywood Reporter was the first to report the news. HBO declined comment. A representative for Harington didn't say anything about it, but it looks like it may be going. It would mark the first sequel show to HBO's winning hit Game of Thrones.
So it would be a sequel then.
The series would take place after the events of Game of Thrones, which ended in 2019. No, it didn't. It ended in whenever that happened.
A year before.
Yeah. Spoiler warning for the original series, Game of Thrones saw Harington's Jon Snow.
He
not king.
Yeah.
He was not king.
Yeah.
It was Bran. Bran was king.
His brother was
Bran was the king.
But he's like the hand of the king or something like that. He's like helping.
So there would be a story there.
Helper Kit is what it's called.
Could be a story there. I think Bran's a turd, so it could. Also, HBO is, in fact, moving full steam ahead on House of Dragon, which is the next Game of Thrones TV
we've
series.
Seen the trailers.
I haven't actually seen it.
Yeah.
It's a prequel. It takes place
it
looks like
Game of Thrones.
It looks like that fantasy kind of stuff,
I'm I enjoyed Game of Thrones, and I would think that this could be pretty good. So, sorry.
One of your Doctor Who's.
Yeah, Matt Smith.
Matt Smith.
Oh, he's good. Sorry, but having Omicron apparently does not protect people against reinfection. A new study from Imperial College has found that that's why cases are still so high. Earlier in the pandemic, scientists had published heartening research that found that people infected with COVID-19 were protected from getting the virus again for at least 6 months. But Omicron raised questions about COVID reinfection, such as whether you can be infected with a new form of the virus if you've already recovered. Well, apparently you can.
We've known several people who have gotten it more than once.
Or how long your increased immunity might last. They say that there doesn't seem to be any immunity boost from catching Omicron. So there you go. They've they have found ground zero, they say. Ground zero for the plague, the Black Death, 600 years ago. They were never quite sure
where it started.
Yeah.
It took them long enough.
The origins of the deadly Black Death have been discovered more than 600 years after it entered the human population. The medieval bubonic plague was first recorded in the 14th century. It was the start of a 500-year-long wave of killer diseases termed the Second Bubonic Plague, the Black Death. It killed millions of humans, was considered one of the largest infectious disease catastrophes in human history. Despite years of research, the geographic and chronological origin of the disease remained a mystery. But researchers now say they believe the Black Death first originated in North Kyrgyzstan in the 1330s.
I knew it!
My money was on Kyrgyzstan as well. They identified, I don't know how they did it. They found a huge spike in burials in Kyrgyzstan in 1338 and 1339. And so they started researching there, and they believe that's where it started. But it lasted. So listen, COVID. This lasted 500 years.
Yeah.
And killed millions of people. And then they didn't kill it. They didn't find a cure for it. It burned itself out.
How many years?
500.
After 2 years, did they say we're
No.
tired of it and it's gone away? We've
No,
officially announced it's
They
done?
said, bring out your dead.
Oh, okay.
The Great Salt Lake may be just a few weeks away from a new historic low. It could drop over the next 3 to 4 weeks, said Laura Haskell, drought coordinator.
Okay, Drought, here's what we're going to do.
I don't think that's a good job. It should be drought disseminator. We need to be aware that we are in a drought, and the Great Salt Lake is the kind of the canary in the coal mine where we have this drought situation. We need to be aware the natural environment is very stressed, she said. Snowpack and spring runoff has not been good. Recent storms have helped a little bit with water, but haven't really helped recharge reservoirs. In April, state officials had projected another 2-foot drop in the Great Salt Lake to a new historic low. That would be an additional 57 square miles of exposed lake bed if it goes down 2 feet this year. And that's more exposed lake bed that can be blown up into the atmosphere. And, you know, there's all kinds of bad stuff in that, particularly arsenic.
Toxic dust.
Yeah. So eventually, and not very long from now, Salt Lake City will be enveloped in a toxic cloud of poison.
Great.
Bring out your dead.
Yep. Sports weather traffic.
Everybody knows that Golden State won. Don't they know? You know.
Even I know.
I hadn't heard that.
They are number 4 for winning titles in the last 8 years. Beat Boston Celtics last night 103-90. This is breaking sports news. Vince McMahon has voluntarily stepped back from his responsibilities at WWE CEO and chairman while the board of directors investigates claims of misconduct from a former female employee with whom he had an affair.
Believe it.
I'm sorry. I missed it. I was doing something else. Who?
Vince McMahon.
Oh, yeah.
Believe it.
Yeah.
He offered a $3 million settlement to her.
$3 million, huh?
Yeah.
And he's completely innocent.
Yeah, because that's what you do when you're innocent.
Exactly.
Just give people money. Real Salt Lake will be playing San Jose this weekend. It's a home game, and UTA has partnered with Real Salt Lake. If you are a ticket holder and bus, train, on-demand services all over the Wasatch Front, you can get a free ride, which is so nice. You don't have to worry about parking and all that stuff out at Rio Tinto. They're also going to offer that on June 25th for that home game. And while we're talking about free rides, it's not a sporting event, but it is an event. It's the Garth Brooks concert at Rice-Eccles Stadium this weekend. Plan to take transit, and your ticket will get you on all of those bus, trains, all of that stuff. They're also going to have direct shuttles running to that show as well. Let's see. Actual traffic, we have a minor fender bender, I-215 West Belt, northbound near the top of the on-ramp from 47th south. It's blocking the right shoulder. Friend of the program says free orange 5-gallon Igloo water jug southbound I-15 in the left lane, West Haven, North Ogden, just north of 21st Street. So if you need a water jug, pick that one up. Thanks for sending that in via text at 33986. Pick 3 services for $99 at Young Chevrolet in Layton. Options include oil change, tire rotation, brake check, multi-point inspection, alignment check, wiper blades, engine air filter, or AC system check. Learn more at youngchev.com. I didn't mention weather. I probably should because there's a wind advisory and a red flag warning today into tomorrow evening. Winds are going to be picking up, blowing dust. That's not smoke you're going to be seeing. That will be dust. And quite hot. Could get up to, it was 100 yesterday. We'll probably get up there again.
102,
Yeah.
I heard, maybe.
Probably get up there again today. Slight chance of thunderstorms on Sunday, and then things cool off back down into the 80s.
All right, thank you very much. We'll be back with the sheriff after this.
Hey, well,
How about 7 of the weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic? How about that?
You didn't warn me there was a list.
Red in German is rot.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Luft.
99.
No, I think
Rot.
Luft is, airborne.
Is fly, right?
Yeah, fly or airborne. Or,
Okay, all right. What about List? Is there a
In
German,
German?
for List? The Listwaffe?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
And I'm wondering if, Gina, you maybe have bought all of these or none of these things.
Okay. Oh, by the way, list in German is die List.
Der List. Der List. And I just happened to see this instant. It's nothing 7 weirdest products people have been buying during the pandemic.
Okay.
Number 1, roller skates. Have you bought any roller skates?
I have not purchased roller skates.
But you can kind of probably guess why.
It's outside, something
Yeah.
to do outside. Yeah.
Yeah, people want activity. They want to do something, and they want to do it outdoors. Number 2, you've already got one of these, Gina. So you don't. RVs, recreational vehicles.
We have had a trailer for 13 years.
Terry, are you going to get are you going to go out and get an RV?
Maybe if I live long enough to retire. I may be living in one. Who knows?
Guns. People are buying guns.
Yes, Joe bought a gun.
Another one?
We have a couple.
Oh yeah, I thought he already. I was going to say I thought he
Yeah, we
already
have
had
a couple.
one.
I've been. No, I haven't. Yeast.
Yes.
People are
Sue
buying
was on the
yeast.
hunt for yeast, wasn't she, Carrie?
Yes, for a while, but now we're able to find yeast. It was just in the early days when the COVID scramble, as I call it. Everybody was hoarding stuff, and but now we realize that the supply chains are fine, and we don't need to hoard all that stuff. Although they were out of Adam's peanut butter at the Harmons yesterday.
What?
Apparently, I know, right?
And I'm on so I buy the great big jar, of course, at Costco, the big jars of Adam's peanut butter, and I'm almost out. Bidets.
Mm-hmm.
You bought one?
Well, that was pre-COVID, but we did.
Well,
yeah.
Bill got one, too.
Yeah, I just got one recently. It's in the hall. Currently, it's in the hall. Which,
You're pooping in the hall?
Yeah, and it's really, I found it to be kind of messy, really.
I want to look into that.
It doesn't smell all that great either. We've had to just run a hose in there, and it's just not. Sweatpants.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've bought sweatpants?
Yes.
You didn't, but you've owned sweatpants before.
But I
that.
needed new sweatpants.
Why did you need new sweatpants? Were the
Because
old ones too small?
They're the only pants I'm wearing these days, so I
And
needed some more.
scented candles.
No scented candles.
Which I would
Really?
I would, yeah. If after months of stay-at-home orders, your home is starting to smell extra lived in,
Yeah.
you're
Well,
not the
try
only one.
cleaning it.
Or opening a window.
Cover it up with.
Open a damn window or two. You don't. It's not like the coronavirus is just hovering in clouds outside of your house, just waiting to blow in. You can open the windows. It's good for you to have fresh air. But candle sales have shot up during the pandemic. So those are 7 weird. They're not all that weird. I don't know. Why would they say weirdest products?
Yeah, it's
that
not
people have
weird.
done? buying up.
Yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Let's get the sheriff on the phone.
And now, a moment with Salt Lake County Sheriff Rosie Rivera. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? It's been a while since we've...
I'm doing very well.
We haven't talked for a while. So how's crime in the county, Sheriff? How's crime?
Well, you know, crime is unique in the county and also across the country. I just came back from a conference in West Virginia with the major county sheriffs, and we all have the same issues going on across the country.
What are some of the major ones?
A lot of talk was about hiring and recruiting law enforcement. Everybody is struggling there. And then we talked a lot about mental health and drug addiction. All of our communities are experiencing more people with mental health issues. And, you know, the jails are being filled up with individuals who suffer from mental health issues or some kind of drug disorders.
I know
addiction
there's a lot of new thinking or people in law enforcement rethinking how to deal with people who are mentally ill or suffering some sort of detachment from reality and causing a disturbance, how to deal with that. There's a lot of discussion about that, isn't there?
Yeah, there really is. And one of the things that we've done with under the Unified Police Department, so we have what's called countywide law enforcement services. We created a Metro Mental Health Unit, and it's really a co-responding unit that has mental health therapists, advocates that go out on the calls with our officers. We have 5 agencies that participate right now, and it's been very helpful to reduce the amount of calls that patrol has to go on, especially when some of these individuals are calling 10, 15, 20 times a day.
Oh, man.
So you reduce your amount of calls, but we have Cottonwood Heights, Draper, Murray, Sandy, South Salt Lake, and UPD all came together with this co-responding model, and it's just been so effective for all of our communities.
You know, I look on you sent over a sheet of all the things that the county sheriff's department is responsible for. And one thing I notice here, it's technical services, dispatch. So when somebody calls 911 for an emergency, I know there's been a problem in the past with all of the dispatch being integrated. Am I saying that right? And has that happened, or are you getting better?
That has actually happened. So when I first ran for sheriff, we took a look at why does Unified have their own dispatch? Why do all these other agencies, everybody has their own? Why don't we come together? Why don't we go under the same databases? And we actually did that in Salt Lake County. So everybody is on the same systems, so we're not losing calls. If you can remember several years ago, somebody lost a life because a call was transferred, and in that time frame, there was some issues there, and we said no more. We have to all be on the same, and we have accomplished that. Yes, everybody is on the same.
I have a question about search and rescue because
I
the county.
did too.
You did.
Interesting. Yeah, that's really. I was going to ask that next.
Because I feel like this time of year, everybody's like, I'm going on a hike, and I feel like what are some tips you would have for people before they go out, so you guys don't have to go out and rescue
And
them?
that's not my question, but go ahead with that, and then I'll ask my question about search and rescue.
I would say if you are going to go out into our canyons in Salt Lake County, they are dangerous. They are beautiful. You can have a good time, but you have to be prepared. And you should never go alone. You should have your phone charged. You should have water. People should know where you went. Do you know that Search and Rescue last year, they are a volunteer group. They donated 10,000 hours last year to save, not just to save people from the mountain, but to do recoveries from when people don't make it off the mountain. 79 people were saved in 2021.
Wow.
72 of them were Salt Lake County residents. So our own residents that have lived here should know, be prepared, right?
My question is crass. It is when search and rescue is sent out, is the person who is eventually rescued, alive or dead, liable to pay for those services?
They are not. That cost comes from Salt Lake County, and Search and Rescue does. They are have a nonprofit as well that helps them by like uniforms, things like that. The Salt Lake County really takes most of the cost for that. That has been discussed across the nation for quite some time, that maybe if we did charge people, that they might.
Well, some
take
places
more
do, I
precautions.
think. Some places do, I think, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They do. But here in Utah, it's just not something that anybody's really taken some, I guess they haven't taken it so far that they're charging people.
I don't think it would
if you
change.
look at it, it's our residents. Yeah,
I don't
it really is our residents that we're saving.
Yeah, the ones who pay the taxes and vote for the sheriff and that sort of thing. So, I mean, that's just the reality of it. When are you up for election again, Sheriff Rivera?
I'm actually up right now. I am running for election, and we're going strong.
Good.
We have been able to do a lot in the last 4 years of my term, and we're just so proud of what we've done, but we want to continue doing what we're doing because our jails were full 4 years ago, and we cannot continue to have the jail full where violent offenders, I need room for them. Our Metro Gang Unit is out there combating all of these gangs, and our DEA unit is going out after the drugs. I got to have room for those folks.
I've got a really good idea for you. We do this thing called Adopt a Prisoner, and people are willing to take prisoners into their homes, you see.
No,
and
thanks,
then
Phil.
No,
thanks.
not a good idea.
Only if you do it first.
Yeah, exactly.
You go first. Sheriff Rivera, I assume that you're running unopposed.
Oh, no, I have an opponent.
Oh, that's,
yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there is a difference, though, between us. My opponent wants to build bigger jails for everybody, and I don't think he understands the cost to the taxpayer. To build just a pod for the jail is about $50 million to $200 million. So to build more jails is not the right way. We have to figure out how to keep people out of jail and leave the room for violent offenders. I fully support if you commit a crime and it's involving violence, you need to be in jail.
Yeah.
You need to go through the court process, fair and just system. But if you're addicted to drugs, if you have mental health issues, maybe you don't need to be there.
Yeah.
There's other places
Get
for
you someplace else.
So
yeah.
we need more resources.
That's true.
Our
yeah.
drug court program works fantastic. Over 300 people last year were in our drug court, and it was very successful. They actually don't come back to jail.
That's
after
what we
the
want to
drug
hear.
court
Yeah.
program.
That's what we want.
Sheriff Rivera, nice talking to you. We've run out of time. Consider the Adopt a Prisoner program.
No.
Might work. I don't.
Only if you do it first.
Pilot program. You're the pilot program.
Not in my backyard. No.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Sheriff Rivera. Nice to talk
Thank
to
you so much.
Bye-bye. All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
If you're heading to either the Garth Brooks concert or Real Salt Lake home game this weekend, UTA is there to help you out. They're offering you, if you're a ticket holder for either of those events, you can ride for free. Bus, train, on-demand services all over the Wasatch Front. Use that. It's a great service they have. And great commute we have right now. I don't have any accidents to tell you about. You can always text us if you see stuff, though, 33986. When you buy a home with Homie, Homie splits up to half the commission with you. Go to homie.com for more information. Homie's got your back.
All right. Time to call to play our Dead Celebrity game. Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. You could win. What's our prize today?
We have tickets to Thanksgiving Point's Prehistoric Adventure Dinosaur Island.
Dinosaur Island tickets. 877-602-9696. Easy to play game about dead celebrities with Frank Christ coming up. Stand by for that. RenaissanceRanch.com.
Well, speaking of programs for people who are having troubles with addiction to drugs or alcohol, Renaissance Ranch is one of those places. It is a facility. They have a program designed for male patients only, but they have both inpatient and outpatient services. Some people live there, some people just are outpatients and they report in every day. Renaissance Ranch is staffed by recovering addicts. They themselves have great empathy for you or your family member because they understand addiction, they understand what it's like, and they don't judge you because they know people are fallible, people are weak, and sometimes you fall off, but you get back on and you try to do better fighting your addiction, and it's tough. It's really tough, but help is out there. Renaissance Ranch. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com. They accept most private insurance plans.
So up at the Christmas tree farm.
Okay.
It's a farm. There's fields and you know what's in fields?
Mice. Field mice.
And I warned my family.
I have theme music for the Christmas tree farm,
okay.
by the way, just so you know.
I warned my family, up here, you have to close the door, like immediately when you walk through it. Because there are mice that hang out by the door waiting for you to open it so they can come in the house.
They camouflage themselves. You can't see them.
They're disguised as doormen.
There's no way that they can fit through any little cracks or anything. You have to close the door.
And my little farmhouse there is immaculate. It is spotless, which means it was very apparent to me when it was not spotless anymore, and I found evidence of a mouse, and I freaked out.
Evidence of a mouse.
It was his poop?
Poop?
Yes.
Mouse poop?
Scat?
Yes. So
droppings?
Yes. So clean them up, and my husband said, "I'll set some traps. And we'll get him. We'll get him." Well, that was a couple days ago that he set the traps. Now I am heading up there as soon as we get off the air here to go meet Zero Res because
this is not a commercial, by the way.
No, it's not because I need the place.
Because of a few mouse droppings.
Yes.
Why don't you just get a flamethrower?
But what my point is,
or a cat.
Yeah.
Joe set the traps with peanut butter. That's what made me think of this. Because they like the peanut butter. So, but he set the traps and left, and now I will be the next person to go back to the house since the traps were set. So there's likelihood that I will encounter carnage of some sort.
And the smell of such carnage. Because they sit for a few days, they start getting ripe.
So this is what my afternoon holds.
This has been on your mind and bugging you all morning.
Yes.
Worrying you all morning long.
And what do I do? And if it's there, what? I don't want to touch it, but I can't leave it there. You can, okay, get a shovel. If you're going to throw away the trap, are you going to throw away the trap? Yeah.
Oh,
I think. I don't know. I don't want to separate the mouse from the trap.
A lot of people, you can reuse them.
No.
You know, I mean, if you're brave enough, you don't need to do anything, wear gloves or anything. Just wash your hands thoroughly when you're done. But just release the little critter into the garbage and then...
See, this music is all idyllic, and that does not pair with what awaits me.
This is the idols of nature, Gina. This is what it is.
All right, let me see if I can find here. This is the new farm music then.
Okay.
New farm theme.
Well, Gina, maybe you can appeal to the. Why don't you be the weak damsel who doesn't know how to deal with things like this, and say to the zero res man, because I'm sure it'll be a man.
Yeah.
Oh, I just don't know how. Oh, and he'll say, "Oh, I'll take care of it for you, little lady. Don't you worry."
What stars? What?
Yeah.
I'll faint on the couch.
The damsel in distress. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're not willing to get a cat,
no.
Okay, you're not willing to get a cat.
No.
Then you need to call the rat catcher and get one of these traps that I have, 3 of them set up in our backyard.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen rodents for a couple of seasons now.
Really?
They're this poison bait inside. It's made so that only a rat or a mouse can crawl into it to get to the poison bait. So it's safe for the animals.
Dogs
that are
can't get to it.
Dogs, even cats can't get into it. I wonder about Bunny. I don't think Bunny can fit in that because it's like it's a real curve to get to where the poison food is. And they go and eat it, and it doesn't kill them right away. It kind of slowly kills them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure it's excruciating if that gives you any pleasure.
Well, no, I mean, I don't want to be mean about it.
We just had the rat catcher out back a week or so ago, and already I've found a carcass.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It's not a rat. It was a baby rat. It's not full grown, but it was a baby. So it works.
Here's what you're going to have to contend with, however.
What?
As long as there are fields around that place, there are going to be mice in that house. Now, here's the solution.
Cat.
You and your you continue your real estate holdings, your greedy developer holdings, and you buy up the farmland that's around and pave it and put up a convenience store.
There you go.
Oh, so I pave paradise and I'll put up a parking lot.
Exactly.
How about that?
Cat'd be easier, but
but the cat, you can't leave the cat there.
No,
alone.
I can't. We don't live there full time.
That'd be fine. Cats are fine.
So you will have that problem.
There's an owl that lives in the tree outside,
He
which
gets
was
a
really
few.
Yeah, I would think he would take care of it, but.
Well, play the damsel in distress and say,
Okay.
"Oh, Mr. Owl."
Oh, could you please?
I'm sorry, I only eat all-day suckers. The ones with the Tootsie Pops in the center. That's all I eat.
Was there an owl doing
Would you like to know how many licks it would take to get to the inside of a Tootsie Pop?
With an owl
3.
tongue, yes.
3, I discovered.
Do owls eat Tootsie Pops?
Yes.
Don't you remember the classic commercial?
I don't remember that. No.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to
Really?
get to the... Let's find out. 1, a 2, a 3, crunch, a 3.
I don't remember that.
I don't know how you forgot it. Classic.
Hello, I'm Kerry Jackson.
And I'm Bill Allred, and we want to tell you about a brand new Radio from Hell product.
If you're a lonely guy,
Like us.
a lonely, hungry guy, then you'll want to rush out to your local supermarket. You know, the one where you never meet chicks, and buy Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners.
Lonely Man TV dinners come with a special pop-up picture on the lid. Just put your Lonely Man spaghetti dinner in the microwave oven. Then, after 7 minutes, take it out, peel back the lid, and there's a full-color photo of TV's The Nanny, Fran Drescher.
This spaghetti is delicious, Fran.
I know! Don't you just love it?
You'll never have to eat alone again with Radio from Hell, Lonely Man TV dinners.
Try the soul food dinner, and you'll be dining with Tina Turner.
The ribs are mighty fine, Tina.
Have some more black-eyed peas, honey child.
Wow, it's just like she's really here.
Try all of the Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners. There's Kung Pao Chicken with Connie Chung, the Mexican dinner with Rosie Perez, Wieners and Kraut with Claudia Schiffer, and the all-American Yankee pot roast dinner with Sandra Bullock.
And if you're watching your weight, try the Lonely Man Karen Carpenter dinner.
Gee, Karen, this carrot stick looks really good, but maybe you should have it. No thanks, I ate yesterday.
You'll never eat alone again with Radio from Hell Lonely Man TV dinners in the frozen food section of your local supermarket.
Now available at Reams.
I need to zip up my hoodie. It's freezing in here.
I agree. That's why I put my gloves on.
Because Frank Christ has come to the studio on his electric scooter, scythe in hand. And when you come into the room, it just casts a chill.
I'm sorry. It's all part of the curse.
Frank is here because we're going to play. He's our celebrity Grim Reaper, you know. And every morning show should have a celebrity Grim Reaper, I think. Frank is here because, yes, Frank, are you the Grim Reaper for every morning show?
I am I'm for all celebrities.
Frank is here to play a game with a contestant, a listener. It's a game we call Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Yes, celebrities that are just fine, except for one of them on the list that
There's
I have
always
here.
one that's not fine.
There's always one, except I made a mistake once and there were two. But now, let's get a contestant.
I've taken so many, I get them mixed up too, Bill. I don't know who's around and who isn't.
Well,
I have to check my list from the home office.
There are some people on this list who you should have taken, but you haven't.
Oh.
We have a contestant.
Stephanie.
Stephanie, good morning.
Stephanie.
Hi, good morning.
How are you, Stephanie?
I'm fine, just fine.
That's good to hear.
Excellent. What prize can Stephanie win, Gina?
I've got tickets to Thanksgiving Point's Prehistoric Adventure Dinosaur Island, life-sized animatronic dinosaurs, family-friendly programs and activities. I have a family 4-pack for you.
You probably know.
Great.
You probably know how the game goes, Stephanie, but let me just briefly explain. We have a list of 4 people here who were in the movie Alien 3.
That was the one in the prison.
Absolutely, yes, it was, Frank. Good, I didn't know you were a fan.
Oh, I love our precious celebrities.
He watches them all.
And I'm going to read you the name of 4 actors from that movie. 3 of them, Frank, are...
Oh, they're fine. They're just fine.
But one of them, not so fine. One of them has been reaped and taken away by Frank Christ. You ready, Stephanie?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. The first one is Charles Dance, who played Clemens in Alien 3. Second person on the list is Pete Postlethwaite, who played a character named David in the movie. The third person on the list, Charles S. Dutton, who played Dylan. And finally, Ralph Brown, he played Aaron the security guard. So, of those 4...
All celebrities.
Yes, they are. So one of them is kind of a really minor celebrity, but still a celebrity. One of them is gone. Do you know which one, Stephanie?
I am just taking a guess. How about number 3? I have no idea.
Charles Dutton? No, Charles?
Yeah.
Charles is still very much with us.
He's just fine.
He's 71, and he's very hale and hearty. He's still with us. So I'm sorry, Stephanie, you didn't... Well,
I
listen.
think you should give her another
All
chance.
right.
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
I'm going to give you another chance.
Compassionate of you, Frank. That's...
Let me read these names to you again, the remaining celebrities, and see if you can select the one that isn't fine. Is it Charles Dance, Pete Postlethwaite, or Ralph Brown?
I'm thinking it's number 2.
Pete Postlethwaite is correct,
Yes.
Stephanie.
Yay!
He died in 2011. He had a fairly prominent role in that movie as
This is
David.
rumor control.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
him. Yes, indeed, Pete Postlethwaite. So you got it on the second try. That'll entitle you to the tickets. And congratulations.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, it is.
Thank
wonderful.
you.
And thank Frank that he has not taken you.
Well, thank you, Frank.
Well, just winning on a radio show doesn't make you a celebrity.
I guess-
so
I guess not.
I wouldn't be
People are
taking her.
worried about that. That doesn't count.
No.
Stephanie, hang on the line, and we'll have somebody tell you how you can pick up your tickets. Okay?
Well, thank you.
Well,
Where are you headed, Frank?
Well, it's Newt Gingrich's birthday.
Oh,
get out! Go!
He's
Don't
he's
let us
79.
keep
Don't let us keep you.
But I'm tossing a coin. It's Barry Manilow. They're the same age.
No. Just listen.
I think Barry is more precious.
He is. I don't want to take that.
And I know that Gingrich is not very. His instincts, his reflexes are not good anymore.
Let me give you another possibility.
Yeah.
71 today, Joe Piscopo.
Oh, yeah. Go.
No, please, head to Gingrich's. He won't be looking for it.
I'll stop by Mark Lynn Baker's house for Mark
Oh,
Lynn
my
Baker.
gosh.
Perfect
All right.
strangers?
68 today.
All right, Frank.
Thank you, guys.
That's
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
There he goes, off on his electric scooter, Frank Christ. What a stupid
Joe
game.
Joe Piscopo.
Black.
Yeah.
Black.
Thomas Hayden Church, 62.
Oh, I like Thomas
He's good.
Hayden Church.
He's the Sandman. Greg Kinnear, 59.
I liked Charles Lynn Baker.
Mark
Lynn
Baker.
Cousin Letty.
Yeah, and wasn't he in My Favorite Year? Wasn't that Mark Lynn Baker?
Yes.
Which
Great
is
movie.
Great movie with
Drunk guy.
Drunk guy.
Peter O'Toole.
Peter O'Toole, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
who was incredibly good. That
As a drunk guy.
when he comes in the room and he does that sort of flip over and lands on his back on the table,
Mm-hmm.
it's just like, what? How did he do that?
Oh, it was a good movie.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will take a break. We'll be back. We do have big boy news and opinioendo coming up. Stand by. We are opening up our mess.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of
Oh, I like
Moab.
that. Looks like one of those old movie posters.
And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk, because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason. Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
Jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try to read
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you,
Very-
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to.
It's a.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab, I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
the
go
elderly.
to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
Remember, I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third
Third
wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. His third wife.
9:21. And it's time for Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Pick 3 services for $99 at Young Chevrolet in Layton. Options include oil change, tire rotation, brake check, multi-point inspection, alignment check, wiper blades, engine air filter, or AC system check. Learn more at youngchev.com.
Well, a juror from the defamation trial between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard is giving some insight into the group's deliberation.
Are they allowed to do that?
I guess once it's done.
Yeah, once it's done, you can say whatever you want. In an ABC exclusive, a male juror from the 7-person jury who has remained anonymous said over the course of the nearly 6-week trial, a majority of the jury felt that she was more the aggressor and that a lot of her story just didn't add up. The crying, the facial expression she had, the staring at the jury, all of us were very uncomfortable, he explained, referring to Amber Heard's testimony. She would answer one question and she would be crying, and 2 seconds later she would turn ice cold. Some of us use the expression crocodile tears. As for Johnny Depp's testimony, the jurors seemed to applaud the actor for keeping a stable emotional state throughout. A lot of the jury felt that he was saying at the end of the day, what he was saying at the end of the day was more believable. So what they're saying is he was a better actor. She's a crappy actor. He's a good actor. And I think maybe that's a lot of what it came down to.
I maintain they're both horrible people.
Yep. A member of Grandmaster Flash in the Furious Five. He helped invent hip-hop, then spent the rest of his life trying to recapture that glory. And then 7 minutes on a Manhattan street, it all came to an end. Nathaniel Glover, more widely known as Kid Creole, during his trial this year in Manhattan, he fatally stabbed a stranger near Grand Central Terminal. The video is raw and grainy. A small, nervous man describing the previous night's commute. This is him to a police detective, and in his telling, he said he exited the Grand Central Terminal, headed toward a midnight shift at a copy shop. I crossed the street on Lexington, and then I noticed him standing on the right side there. The detective says, when you say him, who are you referring to? The guy that stabbed me, the man says. And it turns out it was Kid Creole. And there was no reason to do it.
Was there cocaine involved? Because this song always led me to believe they weren't into the drugs.
I didn't mean to kill him, he told the detective that night. I wish that I would have just stayed home. I didn't even want to hurt him. He just made me afraid. That's all. I just didn't want him to hurt me. The saga of Kid Creole. There's a lot of information here, but he never was able to regain any status or...
The more I see, the more I do.
Says he was shy and quiet usually. Interesting stuff. Anyway, let's move on to, of course, there was another shooting at a church in Alabama. 2 people dead, suspect in custody. Don't know what that's all about yet, but there it is. Box Elder County Sheriff's deputies continuing to work with other local, state, and federal agencies, as well as law enforcers in other states. They're searching for a missing 19-year-old man, Dylan Rounds, originally from Rigby, Idaho, last heard from on May 28th while in the remote community of Lucin, northwest Utah, near the Nevada border. According to family members, Rounds lived by himself in a camp trailer where he began farming grain a few years ago. On the morning of May 28th, Mr. Rounds called his grandmother, which is believed to be the last time anyone heard from him. Family members said he called several relatives on May 25th after having what he called a weird run-in with a man on a gravel road. The man was spotted several days later in Montello, Nevada, but no evidence. Mr. Rounds, Dylan Rounds, has
They
apparently...
said this is very unusual behavior for...
Yes, and he's now just dropped off the face of the earth as far as they've just searched and no clues. Let's see, a New York subway rider died early Thursday after he got stuck between a train and the platform.
Ugh.
Remember that?
Yeah.
At Law and Order, no, not Law and Order,
was,
homicide. Life on the Streets, with Vincent D'Onofrio being caught between. It's a great episode. It's a 2-part episode of Homicide: Life on the Streets. I bet you can find it online, and just watch it. It's incredible. But look for Vincent D'Onofrio, Homicide: Life on the Streets.
He was so good in that.
He's great. The 16 most compelling lines from the January 6th committee hearing yesterday.
Please.
First line. This is a list, I guess. He knew it was illegal. He knew it was wrong. We are fortunate for Mr. Pence's courage on January 6th, said the chair of the committee, Representative Benny Thompson. Number 2, he did his duty. President Trump unequivocally did not, said Liz Cheney. Number 3, the vice president's first instinct when he heard this theory was that there was no way that our framers would ever have put one person in a role to have decisive impact on the outcome of the election. That's former Pence counsel Greg Jacob. Number 4, had the vice president of the United States obeyed the president of the United States of America, America would immediately have been plunged into what would have been tantamount to a revolution within a paralyzing constitutional crisis. Number 5, there was no support whatsoever from the Constitution or the laws of the United States for the vice president, frankly, ever to count alternative electoral slates from the states that had not been officially certified. 6, I believe that Mark did agree. I believe that's what he told me. That's Mark Short, Pence's chief of staff. Are you out of your effing mind? You're completely crazy, said former White House lawyer Eric Hirschman as he talked to lawyer John Eastman, who was trying to hatch this plan.
This is
Number 8 was, you would have had an unprecedented constitutional jump ball. Number 9, wouldn't it almost be cool to have that kind of power, said Donald Trump to Mike Pence. Wouldn't it be cool? Oh, you'd be the cool kid. Number 10, we were shocked and disappointed. That's a reference to Trump insisting that Pence was in total agreement with him, because he wasn't. Wimp, said Donald Trump to Mike Pence. Make no mistake about the fact that the vice president's life was in danger, says Representative Pete Aguilar.
Yes.
The people stormed the building, were within 40 feet of him at one point.
And the Proud Boys said that if they'd have found him, they would have killed him.
Yeah. 13, frustration. That's Mark Short, who was Pence's chief of staff. Number 14, that's rubber room stuff.
crazy.
Mike Pence said, according to testimony. John Eastman, fifth.
Yep.
Took the Fifth Amendment, everything. I decided I should be on the pardon list if that's still in the works.
That's
said
still
John,
a thing?
It said John Eastman.
Sneak on the bottom part of that list?
I've decided I should be on that pardon list.
Because I did some criming.
Slide my name on
Thank
there.
you.
Just
All right.
in case.
Yeah.
Weather.
So we have a wind advisory and a red flag warning from today into tomorrow night. Could see some real gusty winds and blowing dust, unfortunately. And we'll be really warm again today, a lot like yesterday, highs right around 100. Now, Saturday night into Sunday, we have a slight chance of thunderstorms, 20% chance or so, and that will cool things off back down into the low 80s, so that'll feel nice. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily on pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think Forever Warranty, think Tim Daly.
Now, when Radio from Hell concludes at 10, you got me. Keep it on X96 and join me for a
I haven't dyed my goatee.
Don't. Look
Well,
stupid.
I'm not going to. You, however, Gina, should.
Dye my goatee?
I think
Is
so,
it
yeah.
embarrassing?
It is. It's getting to be embarrassing.
People are talking.
You dye your hair and you dye your eyebrows, but you just let your nose hairs and your goatee go. And when you have gray nose hairs and a gray goatee,
I've been nose waxing. I've been going to your nose
You
wax
have?
place. Yes. What do you can't tell?
no, I don't make a habit of looking up your nostrils.
Good, I'm glad.
I looked up your old address one time, but I didn't. But I've never looked up your nostrils.
Why do you go more than? I mean, I go once every 3 months or
They
something.
call me, don't they call you? It's been about a month since you've been in.
No.
Got to get on that frequent waxer program.
There's a punch card.
Have you had Jules do it?
No, because the first time I went to somebody else, and so now I'm on.
Well, see,
her.
I think Jules is kind of a hippie or something.
She's a free spirit.
She doesn't. She does. She said. I think she said one time she'd call me, and then she never does.
No, this girl's like, Valentine's Day's coming up. You might want to get your nose waxed before Valentine's, because that's what you do before.
See, you haven't noticed. You haven't noticed any hairs hanging out my nose.
Well, it's hard because you've got a mustache, so it's hard to tell where the nose hairs begin and the.
So until it becomes really obvious, I don't have anything. I don't have any need to do it.
What's gross is when it is really obvious, even when you have a mustache. The nose hairs. Because I think some people think, well, I don't need to take care of that.
And it's usually just one rogue hair. I'll notice. I'll go, wait a minute.
Ah.
Oh my God!
That's why I keep tweezers in the car. Best light. Best place to do that
in the car.
In the car with your visor down in the mirror. The light's great. You can get right up in there.
You might try concentrating on the driving
Well,
part
I'm
of
not
it.
doing it while I'm driving.
What do you?
If you see me in a parking lot, I'm probably plucking a hair out of somewhere. In
I'd better pull over and pluck a hair out of something.
You've never looked in that mirror in the bright sunlight and gone, "Oh, I didn't know I had hair there."
Yeah, well, I have, but I can't.
Tweezers in your car.
But it's only when I'm standing on the seat. That's the only time I've ever noticed. It's when I'm standing on the seat and bending over to reach something. I didn't know I had hair there.
Wait a minute.
Somebody get me some tweezers and a long arm. So anyway, I guess we ought to start the show.
Thank you.
Ow! I don't tweeze the hairs in my nose because it brings a tear to my eye.
Oh.
Every time I do it, it's like you pull it, and doesn't it do that to you?
Sure.
Doesn't it make your eye go blunk? And
That's how I can get away with seeing Chappie in the theaters, because the robot's going to die at some point. All right, 9:35 right now.
People do love lists.
Oh, they do.
I have one.
Well, you always get to pick.
Oh, okay.
How about I've had a whole bunch of them here that I've been dying to do. 91 chickpea recipes.
No.
Oh, 50 best desserts around the world. No. How about the best women's designer belts of 2022?
No. Listen to this.
Well, I've got the sauce recipe.
Well, listen to this. All right, and then I'll explain what.
All right.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
That word there. Good.
Okay, well then 20 simple sauces that'll transform any meal.
What did you have, Gene?
I have 10 unusual behaviors that will make people respect you more.
Okay, fine.
Unusual things that I can do?
So something that you're not expecting, but that will make people.
Well, maybe it'll make sense.
Well, I mean, something that you should do. Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
Number one is share something you dislike about yourself.
And this will make people do what?
Respect you.
Respect
if you are willing to say,
You know, I'm a bedwetter. I really
people
like
will
that.
yeah.
I hate to
Seriously.
admit it. I hate to admit it, but I'm a bedwetter.
Go against the grain, tell something you dislike about yourself. It immediately puts you in the minority and shows that you're human.
All right. Okay.
Smile less.
Smile less.
I couldn't smile less than I do. There's no way.
You know, Gina, you want to smile more.
Well, yeah, and people can tell if you're smiling is a fake smile or a genuine smile.
No, they can't.
So don't just try to smile thinking, well, people will think I'm likable. Only smile if something really makes you happy. Repeat the words that the person you're talking to is saying.
The words that the person I'm talking to is saying?
The words that the person is, because...
So I should repeat the words that the person I'm talking to is saying?
Yes, Bill, you should, because it shows that you're listening to what they're
It shows that I'm listening, yeah. I'm going to do it all the time now, Gina.
You're going to do it all the time?
Yes, I am.
Let's see. Being engaged. Paying attention.
Well, I'm already married.
Oh, I thought you meant like,
No.
because Katie got her ring.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
Paying attention
I don't know if she's wearing it or not. No, keeping it secret.
It puts other people at ease if you're paying attention.
If you're
Okay.
engaged.
Well, I'm sorry. Which one? What was that one? Again, I was doing something. I was looking at pictures of Rona Mitra.
Now, don't take this one the wrong way.
Okay.
But touching. So appropriate.
I don't know.
No.
It depends on who. But it depends on who you're talking.
I guess.
Come here and I'll give you a little sugar.
I mean, not that, but
No.
like a patting of,
A patting of what?
pat the hand
No, I
kind
don't.
of thing.
I
or-
don't.
No?
I would stay away from that.
When you're having a conversation with somebody, don't talk about yourself.
Well, then what the hell am I going to talk about?
Like if somebody's telling you a story, don't immediately jump in with, you know, I did that same thing, and here's how that went for me.
Just to be serious about it, I know people who do that, and I just can't stand it.
Yeah, it's the one-upsmanship.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Well, there was this time I did
let me
that.
tell you.
If
we
you're-
all do it a little bit.
If you're having a conversation with someone, they're telling you a story, just be engaged in their story. Now, if they ask you, have you ever had an experience like that? Then you telling your story.
I think even if you have had an experience like that, you should say no. You just say, no, that's totally unique.
You're the only person
I can't imagine going
So
through
lying.
that.
Lying. should
Yeah.
be-
Sure.
Being unavailable. Don't always answer texts immediately. You know, be a
I
little
see.
bit.
My standard is, listen, my calendar is full. I'm booked. I'm sorry.
When you demonstrate constant availability, we indicate a lower status and value.
I don't know when I can fit you in.
If
no,
you're
no.
more scarce, there's a higher perceived value.
Okay.
Yeah. My calendar is just packed. I have no time for you. Yeah, that's really attractive.
This will be easy for you, Bill. Being a jerk will make people respect you
Really?
more.
Oh, well, it's always worked for me.
This says in a world where most everyone is trying to be super duper extra nice, you bring a whole new dynamic. And occasionally you can be a jerk. You'll be seen as more genuine. Tease people after you've gotten to know them a little. Be a little cocky. Show some pride.
This is a true story. I had 2 or 3 nicknames when I was in graduate school, and one of them was Jerk. Because Ann Beigel said to me one time, you know, Ralph, that's what they called me. You know, Ralph, you're a jerk. And it just caught on because people agreed.
This is probably why. If you're occasionally brutally honest, people will respect you for it. This obviously requires care, so don't be this way all the time. But sometimes...
It happened right after I told Ann she was fat.
Jeez. And finally, be a little weird. Now, this doesn't mean, be a walking gimmick, try hard, being weird. It means...
Walk around with your... Here's one. Always have your zipper down.
No, that's not what they
That's
mean. Tina. It's just, it'd be okay to be a little different.
Weird.
Because you respect people that are themselves, people that are trying to, assimilate and be exactly like everyone else. You don't really respect those people. You respect people that are willing to be themselves.
To be serious, now you say, be a little weird. Can you take that to heart and go, well, how can I be a little weird? I mean, if you it's affected, it's phony.
But I think probably what this means is just don't be afraid to be yourself.
Let your freak flag fly.
Yeah, just don't try to be like everybody else. Be okay with being you.
Oh, there's no way I could be like everybody else.
It didn't work with our. Well,
no.
What?
That didn't work.
Oh, come on.
How about being a jerk? Did that work? Maybe we should do that.
I'm stuck on the being weird.
Yeah.
You were gonna point somebody out and decided better of it.
Yeah.
Huh? All right. I won't.
He'd like us talking about him.
Oh, I know who you mean.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. So there you go.
Well,
that's a fine list.
Okay, it's not as good as belts.
Another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, one belt. Give us one belt.
Designer belts. Okay, wait a minute. Let me get it right here. I've got it right here. The best women's designer belts. Number 1, the Gucci 2015 re-edition wide leather belt.
Oh, that's a good belt. I don't remember the last time I wore a belt.
Well, how about number 3, the Dolce & Gabbana Game Day Crystal Logo belt?
How you keep your pants up?
I don't remember the last time I wore a belt.
I use twine.
Suspenders? All right. We will take a break. We'll be back coming up after these. Randlife.com/X96.
Go to randlife.com/X96 and chat with them a little bit. They're a local mortgage company, and you can request a free analysis of what they can save you monthly on your current mortgage. Salt Lake City's average home value has increased over 27%, and that means you have a lot more equity in your home than you did previously. And Rand Life can help you with what they call a bridge loan, which will help you purchase a new home, and it gives you 6 months to sell your current home. And that's really excellent because housing is in a premium. It's hard to find someplace. So you want to sell your house, but you got no place to go. So Rand Life can help you with that process as well. Just visit randlife.com/X96 and talk to them.
X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized it's where you can see me grimacing.
Why so grimacing, Bill?
Yeah, for 19 weeks, yeah.
Well, really, just today, just the last half hour or so, I never get headaches. I don't ever get a headache. It's something that never has been a problem with me. And I've got a headache. I don't.
Is it this big? Does it have Excedrin written all over it?
It's not huge, but because I never get a headache, it's like just almost unbearable. And yet I realize it's not very bad. But it's just like, oh my God.
How much water are you drinking?
Yeah, drinking enough water?
Probably not.
That's a big one. I've been getting headaches recently because I'm not drinking enough water.
Jeez.
That's
Carrie's
not bubbly water.
That's not Carrie. That's Dr. Nick.
I have a pill that will help you, Bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pills that would help me are downstairs.
Oh well, okay. Gina, what were you playing with? What did you have?
Well, just so school. It starts for Jonesy tomorrow, actually.
So Friday?
Yeah. Well, it's orientation day. So
okay.
And it's for all intents.
That's where orientation day is where they tell them which direction to face.
To orient yourself, right? Yeah. So it is upon us, and Muhammad starts next week, and I had ordered some of Muhammad's uniform from Land's End, And so I was getting it out of the box yesterday and getting ready to, wash some of those clothes so they can be ready for Monday. And I'm pulling all the papers out of the box. And at the bottom of the box, there's this card. And it says, I'm showing you at x96.com/live. It says a special gift for customers of Land's End, a $100 wine voucher.
Wow.
Delivery included, it says.
Well,
For
you have to remember, Land's End is a land where grown-ups live.
That's
So
what I was going to say. It's something called nakedwines.com. And I went there, and it's like a wine of the month club. You can buy cases of wine there, and I have to claim this within 30 days to get my $100 worth of wine.
Does it have states that are excluded on it?
Well, of course Utah's excluded.
Well, I think there might be a way you can do it.
No, there's no.
You sure?
You can't ship wine. You can't ship wine.
You can to the liquor store.
yeah, how does that work now?
I think there might be a way you can have it shipped to the liquor store.
Because Pro Flowers did the same thing. They would send, thank you for your purchase, and here's, X amount of dollars at a wine store, and I could never use them. I'd send them to Drew in California, and he used them.
Well, I posted this on Twitter, so probably somebody has stolen my codes already. I would love to know if somebody got that and is getting their $100 worth of wine. But Land's End knows what parents need when they're getting ready for school this year, and I think $100 worth of wine is a great school supply to supply for parents.
You said it's upon us. I think you said Catholic school is upon us. That's a Catholic holiday I'm not familiar with.
Upon us?
What is the Catholic
Saint
holiday
upon
of upon
us.
us? Saint upon us. What is
the
that?
patron
Who is
saint of quarantines is
Saint upon us.
Yeah, so what's here? It's happening. It's school. We're doing school.
Okay.
Now, I have never ordered a case of anything from the liquor store. Never done that. And Sue told me that I should order a couple of cases of those sparkling wines in the can that Jimmy had for us last week. And so I just went, can I do that online, or do I need to go down there? I've never done that before.
I don't know for sure, but I know you can do it.
Yeah.
You probably need to go down there.
I think you have to go there.
And see,
or you might be able to online, because they could verify your they could verify your information online.
Yeah, it sounds like a question for Jimmy the wine guy next time we have him on.
Well, I can't wait that long, can I?
I need to drink now.
The weekend is coming, Gina.
And unfortunately, there's no other way to contact Jimmy other than just when he's on our show.
I know, right?
Yeah. Damnedest thing.
All right.
They're doing the hybrid school thing, which is
so part gasoline and part electric.
Yes. They're in person Monday and Tuesday, and then they're home the rest of the week. So they're home today. And Mohammed's class is right next door to me here. He's in the room. We share a wall, and I was a little worried that would be noisy, but it's been very quiet. And I just realized another bonus to having him here. He just knocked on the door while we were viewing for the Comcast thing, and he had sliced up a beautiful Utah peach into perfect little slices and offered me some of them while he's...
So do you use electroshock on them, or what do you do? You have you hook them up to some kind of electrodes at night and make sure that they're shocked into servitude and submission?
He tap on them. Excuse me, Mom, I just cut up this peach. I was wondering if you... Delicious peaches are great,
Mother.
right now.
Mother. Oh, Mother. I've brought you a perfectly cut up peach, Mother.
So what I'm saying is I'm enjoying the home school. That's working well for me.
Some sort of science fiction movie going on at your house. Telling you.
But this is also to tell you that the peaches right now are awesome.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
Bill's
delicious.
going on and on about the corn.
Oh no, I've had the Brigham City peaches too. They're great. He's under the desk right now, rubbing your feet, isn't he?
No.
He's massaging your feet right now, isn't he? Come on.
He went back to class.
In
the room next door, but
I have an extra candy bar, and I'll slice it up into some perfect little slices and bring you some later on, Mother.
He does this thing at night. If he makes it upstairs before I do, he'll turn down the bed for me and Joe.
Lord help me. Do you have you hold a gun on him at certain points
Because that's
in the
the only
day,
way
don't you?
that things could be done.
Like,
By force.
I can't
Electroshock
imagine.
guns,
Yeah.
people just don't do the right thing unless they're forced. That's why God exists.
Kids don't do those things. That's right. That's right. You put the fear of God into them, or you put the fear of force into them, or both.
Day. In 1983, the Police released their fifth and final studio album, Synchronicity.
It's too bad those boys couldn't get along.
Yeah. There was a lot of hits on that album, but I thought I'd play something you don't hear very often.
And that's a peppier one on there, too.
It's the first track.
I like that. I don't hear that very often.
Yeah.
And I like the drumming in that a lot.
That whole album, it's one of my favorite albums. All right.
Do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch, one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com.
Boner of the week.
Oh my gosh, Dave the flower guy is here. I didn't see you come in. I knew you were there. We were talking earlier, weren't we? I remember now. How are you?
Hi.
Dave has been with us for about 60 years now, and he pays close attention to the show and to the boner candidates that we do. And we decided a long time ago that we weren't qualified to pick, because if we pick, somebody would get mad at us about something. So Dave's an independent contractor, and he comes in here and selects boner of the week for us. Are you ready to go?
Yep.
All right. If you see Dave on the street, make sure you buy flowers from him. Here we go. Number one from Monday. Robert makes a joke in church. Oh, Bobert makes a jerk. Oh, that's what it was. Bobert makes a joke.
Oh, about Jesus and the AR-15.
Yeah. If Jesus had had an AR-15, he wouldn't have been crucified. He just mow him down. Boner candidate number 2, Tuesday. They just rubbed me the wrong way. A woman who harasses the families of, like, Sandy Hook, and she says, I do it because I don't believe them, and they just rubbed me the wrong way. Number 3 from Wednesday, a clear case of injustice. This is a 16-year-old girl. She was raped by a man twice her age. She had the baby, raised the baby, and as now she's in her, 30s, I think, 32. And the guy, when he found out that the kid was his, he demanded shared custody, and then he's now demanding full custody and child support. And he's gotten, I think, all of that.
I still think there's more to this story.
I don't know why. There must be. Let's see, number 4 from yesterday. The Messiah needed an AR-15. No, wait a minute. That's no Boebert.
We had
Was she
two
nominated
Boeberts.
twice?
Yeah, we had two Boeberts.
So that one was
twice.
Yeah, this one is the AR-15. What's the number one? Making a joke.
Yeah, she said that she wished
Joe
that Joe
Biden was dead.
was dead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
using a prayer, using a verse from the Bible or something.
That's right. May his days be few. May another take his place of office. That's number one. Take
That's
his
the
place of leadership.
Hard to keep track of all that.
It is. We're gonna. I think we're putting her on the reserve list and just
No more for her.
until we talk about her abortions and her driving record. And then the Borner candidate from today, Florida, where people who want to be punished go to live. Governor DeSantis saying, we're not going to take any of that kid vaccine here. We're not going to facilitate that. Only state in the union to do it. So, Dave, which one is the worst?
Number 3.
Clear case of injustice. However this happened. Yeah, that's a good one.
More to that.
Yep. All right. There's your boner of the week. Thank you, David.
Yep.
And just to quickly pivot back, Bill, to if Lauren Boebert had an abortion, I am glad she was able to do that if that is something she chose to do.
That would be abortions.
Yeah.
I am glad she was
Sure.
able to do that
Sure.
and choose to do that if that is something that she...
It's her not wanting others.
It's the hypocrisy
Yes.
of it. If that in fact happened, that she had every right to do that because it's legal to do that.
All right.
And her driving
Yeah,
thing, that happened in southern Utah, if it happened.
Yeah, we got to find out about
Still
these
confirmed.
things. All right. I think that's everything. All right. So we're not here on Monday. You're going to get an extension of the Pioneers of Alternative Weekend.
You wanted to have that more than you wanted us.
Yes. So
that's fine.
Back on Tuesday.
I'm not offended. That's
all right.
fine.
Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am? Ring my bell.
Marcy is next.